It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin in Washington, D.C., where 2 Israeli embassy aides were shot to death outside the Capitol Jewish Museum, which was hosting a reception for young diplomats. This man was nearby.
I was walking by. A guy came up and looked like a gun. I couldn't tell what it was, but I heard it afterwards, the shots, and he shot this young couple.
The Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Kayal Leiter.
It's a young couple about to be engaged. The young man purchased a ring this week with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend next week in Jerusalem.
The embassy has identified the couple as Yaron Lishinsky and Sarah Milgram. Police say they arrested 30-year-old suspect Elias Rodriguez of Chicago after he ran into the museum shouting, "Free Palestine." Correspondent Naomi Ruckham.
We are hearing from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who says he is shocked and outraged by these murders. He is directing that security be increased at Israeli missions around the world.
An immigration hearing is scheduled today for a Columbia grad student whisked away by ICE agents in March over his immigration status. CBS's Lilia Luciano.
Attorneys will present evidence that Kayal is not, as the Secretary of State of the United States has stated in a letter challenging his presence in the country, that he is not a risk to this country. They said that they expect that this hearing might take hours as they present witness testimony and other evidence.
Kayal holds a green card. Lawmakers in the House could vote any time now on President Trump's massive tax cut and spending proposal after the Rules Committee advanced the measure late last night following a marathon 22-hour session. CBS's Erica Brown.
President Trump worked to rally support for his bill, calling key Republicans for a meeting at the White House Wednesday afternoon. White House officials say the meeting moved the ball in the right direction and called on Congress to immediately pass this bill.
The president will be flying in high style. Pentagon says it's accepted a luxury Boeing 747 as a gift from Qatar for Mr. Trump to use as Air Force One after it's retrofitted to meet security requirements. Maintenance worker at a New Orleans jail claims he didn't know 10 inmates had clogged a toilet, so he would turn off the water and clear the way for their escape through a hole in the wall. Orleans Parish Sheriff Susan Hudson places partial blame for the break on lack of funding.
This facility was never designed to be a maximum security jail. It was built for short-term detention. Unfortunately, time and deferred investment have caught up with us all.
5 of those inmates are still on the loose. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. Protect your auto, home, and business with Progressive and get 24/7 coverage. See if you can save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Whether it's Pennsylvania or New Jersey, obviously New York, the Northeast, they might have the best little mom and pop bakeries of any region of the country. Whether it's tomato pie or delicacies and desserts, cannolis. No wonder why we're all fat in the Northeast.
The bike ride is 2 months from tomorrow, so there's still plenty of time to train if you're not in bike shape.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, we're the home run hitters you need. Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Hey, honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm going to call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
A series you can't bear to miss. Come see the Phils host the Cubs on Monday, June 9th and Tuesday, June 10th, both at 6:45, and Wednesday, June 11th at 1:05. Order tickets now at phillies.com. Catch the Phils playing host to the Brew Crew at CBP for a weekend series on Friday, May 30th at 6:45, Saturday, May 31st at 4:05, and Sunday, June 1st at 1:35. Secure your seats at phillies.com.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
What is dedication?
People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
I'm Trey Gowdy.
I'm Jerry Willis.
I'm Bill Hemmer, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Thursday, May 22nd, 2025. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. The power of federal and local law enforcement under the Trump administration is under the microscope 5 years after the murder of George Floyd.
Federal micromanagement of local police should be rare and the exception, not the norm. I think that's the right perspective overall.
I'm Dave Anthony. Memorial Day weekend is almost here, kicking off summer travel. But today, maybe the busiest day at airports.
You know, it's funny. After COVID, there was the whole revenge travel, the pent-up travel whole thing, and it's still going. You know, even with the crazy economic uncertainty and everything else, it's still crazy. We're still setting records.
And I'm Kennedy. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
The Trump administration is ending federal oversight of police departments through consent decrees in Minneapolis and Louisville. That's where police officers killed George Floyd and Breonna Taylor 5 years ago. The Justice Department's Civil Rights Division is also closing use of force investigations into other departments, including Phoenix, Memphis, Oklahoma City, and Trenton, New Jersey.
It is predictable that they would move for a dismissal the very same week that George Floyd was murdered 5 years ago. What this shows is that all Donald Trump really cares about is political theater.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey says they will still comply with the consent decree.
We're clearing the backlog of police misconduct cases, and we've changed our disciplinary matrix. We're rolling out new use of force policies.
The head of the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division, Harmeet Dillon, said overbroad consent decrees divest local control of policing from communities where it belongs, turning that power over to unelected bureaucrats who often have an anti-police agenda.
What happened in the course of a couple of administrations in recent history is we developed this kind of cottage industry of forcing consent decrees on small, generally fairly small police departments, not always like the big New York, LA, Chicago type size departments.
Attorney Jim Trusty is a former federal prosecutor and partner at IFRA Law.
And frankly, it's a very unfair bargaining position when a municipality is being told that all of the weight of the Department of Justice is being leaned into to basically subject them to scrutiny, that they're facing litigation that will cost millions over time, that they'll have this kind of never-ending examination of their department if they don't take the deal and go along with the consent decree. So I never was a big fan of these consent decrees because I think consent probably should be in quotation marks. And what we were seeing, particularly during Obama administration and following up a little bit during the Biden administration, is kind of high-profile moments, like a George Floyd moment. And immediately you'd have a very aggressive DOJ kind of parachuting in, announcing that civil rights was going to be doing these investigations, looking at under every possible stone. And a lot of times, instead of finding, clear evidence of institutional racism or bias against certain people, you would just find these little nuggets of bad moments for the department, like an email exchange where a tasteless joke or a nasty joke is made between police officers. And that was being used as kind of the justification for, I think, a very heavy-handed and kind of indefinite inspection from the Department of Justice. So I take Harmeet Dillon at her word and agree with her when she says that federal micromanagement of local police should be rare and the exception, not the norm. I think that's the right perspective overall.
Now, the head of the Police Executive Research Forum, he said it's actually kind of a mixed bag because with the consent decree often comes more resources, and that can be pretty nice, especially if you're cash strapped, whether that's federal dollars or even just extra city dollars coming your way. Is that how some officers feel about decrees now? Because I know in like Los Angeles a couple decades ago, a lot of officers really complained about that federal decree.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty a thin silver lining to say that some resources come in, because the resources are being, again, micromanaged by the federal government. They're not saying, here's a bunch of money for overtime or for Kevlar vests or for better radios. They're saying, here's some money for you to involve yourself in more training and, pick up on micro bias or inviting citizens and civilians to take part in police shooting investigations. So I think that the resource argument, is not a particularly persuasive one for most rank and file police, because again, it's targeted resources. It's going towards, fixing perceived wrongs with that department rather than some sort of quality of life increase for the officers.
And Jim, do decrees work? Like what is the best evidence that they're worth pursuing, or should they be pursued but in a different way or to a lesser degree?
My own feeling is they ought to, at least when they're going to happen. And again, I don't think it should necessarily gravitate towards the feds as opposed to the states and the localities that know the unique nature of their particular communities, rather than somebody in Washington announcing they've got it all figured out. I think it is a concern, and it seems to be a concern of AAG Dillon here, that they never seem to go away. That you have a consent decree and, you look at it later and you go, wait, we're 10 years in and how does it actually finish up? So I think that's a fair concern, that they're kind of an unnecessary burden when they just stretch without any end in sight. And I guess I would, my last thought on this is there's an institutional conceit. This is a situation where various people in the Department of Justice at various times ignored ideas of federalism, of state autonomy, and chased a high-profile case to say we're gonna make everything right in Minneapolis, in Louisville, wherever it's going to be. And I look by way of contrast to how the Breonna Taylor investigation was handled by the Attorney General in Kentucky. You know, he went to the grand jury, presented a ton of evidence. They came out with a charge for one of the police officers that left some people in the community dissatisfied. But it was a criminal charge nonetheless. It was I think it was reckless endangerment. And I think almost more importantly, the attorney general sat there and took questions for an hour or an hour plus about what he did in the grand jury, why they presented information, how the grand jury was instructed on the law. And then when he was done, he put the former chief of police for Louisville on there, who was the expert on use of deadly force by police. And he answered questions for an hour. And I think that type of transparency in the long run, when you have these high profile moments like a Breonna Taylor, I think that's almost more important than how it plays out with charges and trials. I'd like to see more of that and less of the, one size fits all consent decree from Washington.
Interesting. To that point, kind of, after George Floyd's death, a number of states didn't wait on Congress to pass any sort of police reform, right? They went their own way, passed their own new rules. I think that was a time when we heard a lot of discussion about, the banning of chokeholds, for example. Do we know if such local reforms have worked? I look at some of the data and I see one community group that tracks police killings. They say they were at their highest in 2024, and federal data shows the killing of police officers from 2021 to 2023 was at its highest in 2 decades. I just wonder if local reforms since Floyd's death are working at all.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think ultimately, it kind of goes back to the Mark Twain, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. We had all these national statistics that came out from the FBI about violent crime rate a couple years ago. And then, one Friday evening, they quietly said, oh, we were actually off by 15%. It was a crime increase, not a crime decrease. So there's a lot of manipulation of kind of how things are classified in timeframes. And I don't know that there's a perfect science to figuring out, how deadly force is being used and whether there's kind of a decrease or increase in the problems. It does feel like there's been less of the high profile kind of nation's attention type moments, like a Breonna Taylor, like a George Floyd. But that doesn't really, that doesn't mean a whole lot if we're not getting good data. And the FBI statistics, and I'd lived this from the DOJ side when I'd look at this data, there'd be whole swaths of the country that weren't submitting their information. So it was always kind of a warped process. And that's why I'm just so institutionally distrustful that we're getting perfectly valid numbers. I mean, I think, look, my own belief from being a prosecutor in one place or another for 27 years is that the vast majority of police officers want to do the job right. The last thing they want to do is be tied up in some sort of shooting incident, and beyond that, one where they're going to be hated by portions of the community for it taking place. So I think there's good faith from an awful lot of law enforcement officers, and I hope that the availability of non-lethal weaponry, like the beanbags, like the tasers, that is kind of making their job a little bit easier and less lethal in pretty difficult situations. But I don't know where we would turn for really perfect numbers.
Now, when it comes to immigration, the latest fight is between federal judges and the Department of Homeland Security over deportations, mostly of criminal aliens. This week, a federal judge in Boston told Immigration Customs Enforcement that deportation of 8 aliens to a country other than the men's home countries violated his prior order. Judge Brian Murphy said it was impossible that these criminals had received due process. Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons.
We have an individual that raped and sexually assaulted a mentally handicapped victim. Because his country would not take him back, ICE had to find a third country to take him back so we can remove this public safety threat.
Lyons insisted that finding a third country to deport someone to is allowed, that it's in the Immigration Nationality Act, which was passed by Congress.
What's kind of, darkly comical about this situation is, I think when most of us think, oh, they're not going to be taken back to their home country, in this case, places like Vietnam or Laos, I think it is, you think, where does that end up? Are they in Portugal or are they on the French Riviera? And they're going to places like South Sudan, which is, an awfully tough destination. I think that feels to some judges provocative. that ICE is taking people to, a supermax style prison in El Salvador by some sort of, it says, my Vietnamese client who barely speaks English is being put on a plane to South Sudan. It just kind of grabs some judges by the lapel. But we're seeing across the country different district court judges reacting differently to these general circumstances. I mean, there's a fundamental issue bubbling up through all these cases, which is in the immigration context, what do we mean by due process? And the Supreme Court has said so far, you've got to have some ability, or at least an opportunity, to file like a habeas motion to challenge your designation as a Tren de Aragua gang member, for instance. Some ability to challenge the administrative actions that are being taken against you. But due process is a notoriously imprecise term, and there's a difference in what due process means depending on the stakes of the game. If I have a parking ticket, due process looks a lot different than if I have a capital murder trial going on. And so in an immigration context, it's a very different baby if you're talking about a person who's caught trying to enter or who barely gets into the United States versus somebody who's been in a community and with some form of permission for many years. So due process is a really thorny thing for all these courts to be wrestling with. And the other big conflict is when a district court judge issues a ruling dealing with these immigration proceedings, how much does that carry weight outside of their own district? The recent judge in Pittsburgh said, I'm ruling about the parties right in front of me who have ties to my courthouse, period. We've seen other judges, and I think Judge Murphy in Boston falls into this camp, who kind of make their pronouncement on behalf of the entire country when they issue injunctions or warnings to the government that you better turn that plane around if I tell you to tomorrow.
Interesting. Tim Trusty, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you.
Good to be with you. Thanks.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
The IBM X-Force 2025 Threat Intelligence Index report tracks new and existing trends and attack patterns. InfoStealers have made identity attacks cheap, scalable, and highly profitable for threat actors. The top 5 InfoStealers alone had more than 8 million advertisements on the dark web, and each listing can contain hundreds of credentials. IBM X-Force observed an 84% increase in emails delivering InfoStealers in 2024 compared to the prior year. Nearly half of all cyber attacks resulted in stolen data or credentials. Please visit ibm.com/security. Sponsored by IBM.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE. Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. Know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Kayal Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I would just love to talk to the people that actually did vote for Krasner, and I would just say this. What exactly do you like about Larry Krasner?
We like things that we know.
Big creatures of habit.
We're creatures of habit. Look at the radio landscape. The morning radio show that's #1 in this city is not a good show. It's just that it's been on the air for 30 years. They're firing people left and right.
It's a great point. I think we're like that in a lot of different categories.
Yes.
Yeah, we really are.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
President Trump with a very interesting posting on Truth Social Wednesday night, stating he's, quote, giving serious consideration to bringing Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac public, end quote, saying he'll discuss it with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and the decision will be made soon. That followed an extremely down day on Wall Street Wednesday. Stocks fell as bond yields rose as concerns grew over rising debt that as Congress debates President Trump's desired one big, beautiful budget bill. The Dow lost 817, the S&P 596, the NASDAQ 270. Target down 5%. The company said sales fell more than expected in the first quarter and warned they'll be down all year as customers are worried about the impact of tariffs and will pull back on spending. And the Wall Street Journal reported Walmart plans to cut about 1,500 jobs in a restructuring. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
On the calendar, summer is almost a month away. But also on the calendar, Monday is Memorial Day, the unofficial kickoff to the new season and the start of summer travel. And as Fox's CJ Papa details, people will be going places in record numbers, even more than the previous peak 20 years ago.
Over 45 million people, which is 1.4 million more than last year, venturing at least 50 miles from their homes between Thursday and next Monday. That prediction from AAA. The vast majority, about 39 million people, or 1 million more than last year, will drive to their destinations.
AAA also expects 3.6 million people to fly somewhere this weekend, nearly 2% more than last year. And the FAA predicts perhaps record travel today, with the most flights scheduled the whole weekend between today and Monday. 54,000.
You know, it's funny. After COVID, there was the whole revenge travel, the pent-up travel whole thing, and it's still going.
Lee Abamonte is a travel expert and writer. He's been to every country in the world and the North and South Poles.
You know, even with the crazy economic uncertainty and everything else, it's still crazy. We're still setting records, and this Memorial Day is no different.
So what should people expect? There have been all these issues, especially at Newark, New Jersey's airport, where they've had to have flight reductions, takeoffs and landings reduced. They had a lot of delays, cancellations, technical glitches there. Should people expect things like that nationwide, or is that still pretty localized?
Well, I always tell people to prepare for the worst when they travel at the busiest times of the year, like Memorial Day, for instance, or 4th of July or Labor Day or whatever it might be. And, you know, while the issues at Newark are awful, to be honest, because the air traffic control shortage, the technology issues that they're having, it's not just Newark where that's a thing. Actually, the majority of American airports are short on air traffic controllers and are having old technology glitches. There was just one at Denver the other day. So as I always say, just be prepared for issues and try to take the precautions and go with the mindset of being patient, number one, and two, that something may happen. Also, I always tell people to take, if you're flying, to take the first flight out in the morning. Like, even if it's a 6 or 7 a.m. flight, I know not everyone loves it, but if there's an issue with your flight, a delay or cancellation, that also gives you the best chance of getting out that day. Whereas if you take a late afternoon or evening flight and that is canceled, you're more than likely going to be stuck at an airport hotel or at home and maybe miss your trip. So just be a little proactive, goes a long way.
Okay. Now, we've had changes over the last year or so with airlines and how they have to handle long delays or even canceled flights. What should people know about that if that happens to them?
Airlines have been a little bit more proactive, and while they're not necessarily required to give you money or food or lodging or whatever it might be, they have been doing it more so recently than in the past. And if something goes awry, don't wait in the airport line at the customer service desk. Don't call the airline because you're going to be on hold forever or in line forever. Try to make the changes on the app by yourself, because it's so easy, it's so quick, and that's the easiest way to do it. That's how all the pros do it. That's how I do it, and it'll make your life a lot easier.
Okay, you said not required. I thought there was a passenger bill of rights in the Biden administration that did require, and under certain conditions, they have to pay you back.
There are certain conditions that they have to give you, like compensation, like a food voucher or perhaps like overnight lodging at an airport hotel, but they don't necessarily have to give you compensation if your flight is canceled or delayed. But they are sort of asking the airlines to do so, but again, they're not necessarily required. It's sort of a gray area, so I don't want to say it's like 100% foolproof kind of deal, because it's surely not.
Okay. We've had another issue. It started with earlier in the month of May, the deadline for airline passengers to have a real ID or a passport. A lot of people scrambled to get a new driver's license before that deadline. But if you don't have the real ID or the passport, you can still fly, it seems like. TSA is allowing that, correct?
So it's been a bit of a disaster, and I'm told that TSA has been letting people through, it's like, what are they going to do? Turn around like 10% of the flying public because they don't have a new driver's license? So it's still a new thing. Everyone's sort of adjusting. But if you can, definitely get the new real ID and or just bring your passport or electronic driver's license that a lot of people have these days.
Yeah, because I think you have to do additional screening. You have to like be flagged and set aside and then undergo whatever they have to do to get you on the plane.
Just a bit of a pain in the butt. Again, it's silly to me, but that's where we are.
What about airport security these days, generally speaking? How long should people expect that to take them, especially on a weekend like Memorial Day?
I'm not bragging or anything, but I generally get through security in about a minute or two because I have both clear and pre-check, and I rarely check bags. And if you are not a pre-check or clear member, then you should expect to wait in line quite a bit of time because these things take forever, as you know, especially when you have 3.5 million people flying this weekend. So I think that you should give yourself a couple hours if you are just checking, if you are checking bags, and also if you don't have pre-check or clear.
This summer, would you expect it to be better to travel domestically or internationally as people still plan vacations and looking ahead to places to go? This is, in a time of economic uncertainty, what do you think is more attractive now?
American domestic locations are actually going to have less foreign tourists this year because less people are coming to America than they were last year for a variety of reasons. And Americans are still going abroad, but so is everyone else. Like the Chinese and other Asian nationalities are traveling in droves like they did pre-COVID. They are back. Places are packed. Europe is packed. So if you want to travel within the U.S., it's probably your best bet to stay in America or maybe go down to Mexico or Canada or something like that, staying close because there's going to be less foreigners coming here than in previous years, and there's going to be probably less Americans going to Europe with the economic uncertainty than in previous years, whereas other nationalities, they're still going.
All right. I have seen stories that there could be some deals for cheaper tickets domestically this summer, especially in August. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, they're trying to entice people to stay in America and travel in America. So there's a lot of kind of package deals where you can get flight, hotel, rental car, whatever it might be, kind of packaged together, maybe all inclusive. It just kind of depends on the deal. And you can find these deals just searching around the internet, or you can subscribe to different sites that offer these types of packages, and you can get notified if a deal comes due in a place that you want to go to. Like let's say you want to go to, I don't know, Austin, Texas, for instance, and one of these sites comes up with a deal to Austin, Texas. They'll send you an email, and you can book it right there from a link in the email. Same goes for if you wanted to travel to Cancun, Mexico, which is probably the biggest kind of all-inclusive area, or Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, and you can get flight, hotel, rental, all you can eat for generally $400 or $500, maybe a little bit more depending on the hotel quality. So there's deals to be had if you look out, and again, you are proactive by signing up for deals and notifications.
All right. What is the people try to say there's a best time to book a flight, the best day to book a trip. I've also seen people say that's just myth. What's the truth on that?
The truth is, it really doesn't matter. I actually drives me crazy when people say, "Oh, if you book it at 2:00 on a Tuesday afternoon."
Yeah, I've heard things like that. Yeah.
When the sun is at a 45-degree angle from a mountain, it's like crazy to me. It really makes no sense. I mean, the truth of the matter is, if you book a couple months in advance, you'll more than likely get a better deal than if you book a couple days in advance. That's just basic math because they haven't sold a lot of the seats yet. And the further out you book, generally the better deal you get. But in terms of what day and what time, that's nonsense. Anyone who says any other thing doesn't know what they're talking about.
All right. Now, when you're looking for to book a flight, do you like to do travel sites or directly with the airline? What do you think is better?
So the best way to do that is if you know which airline you want to fly, book directly with the airline. The reason being is if you have to change a flight or cancel or whatever it might be to deal with the airline directly when you booked it with them is simple. But if you book it through like an aggregator, like an Expedia or something like that, Skyscanner, whatever it might be, where there's a third party that refers you to airlines, then no matter what happens, it's going to be a pain in the butt for you, because if you call the airline, they're going to refer you to Expedia. If you call Expedia, they're going to refer you to the airline. So it's always best to book directly with the airline, because it just makes your life easier if things go awry. And then in addition to that, always have travel insurance, especially if you're taking a costly trip for like your family or whatever. And I always say, honestly, if you leave the country more than once or twice a year, you should have an annual travel insurance policy.
You fly a lot, obviously. There have been people with what happened over the sky in Washington, D.C. with a collision in midair in January, and then other near misses and near collisions and other incidents and some smaller plane crashes. People have been worried that it's not safe. What do you say to that? You've probably heard a lot of that.
Sure. And let's be honest, since January, since the beginning of the year, there have been more incidents this year than there have been in, Christ, like 20 years. So it's something to take note of, but I still think flying is the safest form of transportation. I don't think twice about getting on airlines.
Lee, you've been to every country. You've even been to the North and the South Pole. Is there a country that people don't typically think of to go to that you would recommend you really got to go for people when they consider an overseas trip?
Man, we could talk about this for like 45 minutes. I could run down like 27 different places that I think fit that bill. But the places that I always say that most Americans honestly have no idea about, that are awesome to go to and super easy and safe and all that stuff, are Namibia in Southern Africa, Bolivia in South America, Ethiopia in East Africa, and Mongolia and the Stan countries in Central Asia. Those places are just awesome. They're all very cheap. They're a little expensive generally to fly there, but once you get there, you won't spend much money and you'll be blown away by how nice they are, how safe they are, and how hospitable the people are. And they don't get a ton of tourists and a ton of Americans, so they love to see you when you go down there. I can't recommend those places enough.
Well, the summer travel unofficially kicks off Memorial Day weekend. Here we are. Lee Abamonte, travel expert, travel writer. He's visited every place in the world. Great to talk to you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to preparing for a crisis, it doesn't matter if you're a year early, a month early, or a day early, but you can't be a day late. That's why millions of Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest preparedness company. Right now, you can get their 4-week emergency food supply, plus an incredible bonus, 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's an extra 12 days worth of food, absolutely free. This kit provides hearty, delicious meals for 4 weeks with 2,000 plus calories per day, 12 essential vitamins and minerals, and a shelf life of up to 25 years. And for a limited time, they're including 12 additional days of food absolutely free, which means right now is the best time to get prepared. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com today to claim your 4-week food kit, plus an extra 12 days of free food. Offer ends soon. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
Every day, kids at CHOP face medical battles no child should have to fight. That's why this May, United Tire and Service stands beside them, and you can too. Donate at any United Tire location and they'll match your gift dollar for dollar to support the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Behind every small donation is a big heart and a child who needs it. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Join them in making a difference. Find your nearest location at unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Outrage over the murder of 2 Israeli embassy staffers in D.C. Wednesday night as they left a Jewish museum event. Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser.
We will not tolerate any acts of terrorism, and we're going to stand together as a community in the coming days and weeks to send a clear message that we will not tolerate anti-Semitism.
Suspect identified as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago. Republican leaders making some changes to President Trump's signature spending bill, voting it out of committee. Lawmakers debating it this morning. Vermont Democratic Congresswoman Becca Balint.
What kind of nation are we when they choose to take health care away from people, when they choose to add trillions of dollars to the deficit and pass those financial handcuffs off onto our grandchildren?
America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Knicks had Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals in the bag, and then New York collapsed. The Pacers erased a 14-point deficit with less than 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter to force overtime, and Indiana took Game 1 at Madison Square Garden 138-135. Aaron Nesmith had 30 points for the Pacers while making 8 threes, including a flurry in the fourth, and Tyrese Halliburton led Indiana with 31 points of his own. Halliburton forced OT with a long jumper at the buzzer that bounced high in the air after hitting the back of the rim before falling in. It's the first win in the Eastern Conference Finals for the Pacers since 2014. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
It's the identity politics of the day. It's as ridiculous, which we would never say on this show, but Hutton, you or I come on here and get so fired up because Ryan Clark has an opinion on Caitlin Clark that we disagree with, and us saying that how dare you comment on Caitlin Clark, right? A white person because you're married to a black woman, right? So you can't comment or know what she's going. That's just absurd to say that. Like, we're all human. Just go back to the basics and say we're all human beings. And if you're in a job where your job is to comment on the news of the day or the sports of the day or whatever, you can comment on those things given your own personal experiences, your ability to communicate, and based on your opinion of the situation as a human being. You don't have to be white, black, anything else. Just comment on it as a human being. Be a free thinker. And then we could really get past a lot of it.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Pfizer's desire to expand the use of its prostate cancer drug has run into a roadblock. Advisors to the FDA have all agreed that Pfizer did not present convincing data to broaden the approval of Talzenna, a pill that's been cleared for patients who have a form of prostate cancer that has specific genetic mutations. The Trump administration plans to expand government audits of private Medicare health plans. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services says it intends to audit all eligible Medicare Advantage contracts in an effort to crush fraud, waste, and abuse. Comcast NBC Universal wants to step in where ESPN left off and broadcast Major League Baseball games. According to the Wall Street Journal, ESPN has opted out of extending its contract, and NBC wants to take over and air games on the network Sunday nights and also air games on its streaming service Peacock. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in focus and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. But our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Head on over to Citizens Bank Park on Thursday, May 29th at 6:45 when the Phillies take on the Braves, and all fans take home a retro Phillies cap presented by SEI. Snag your seats today at Phillies.com. Get fired up for the Nate Smith post-game concert presented by Jim Beam on Tuesday, June 10th after the Phils play the Cubs at 6:45. Snag your field passes and tickets today at Phillies.com/theme nights.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Thursday, May 22nd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Don Stenzelin with the news. Greg Socker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Another dreary, cool, wet day in the Delaware Valley. I hate it. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I feel like we were just here.
Because we were just here. Gregory.
Hi.
By the way, I did a nice service to Zioli yesterday when he made his rare return to the studios. He said, Nick, grab me a glass of Cabernet. I said, you got it, boss. Went down, got him a glass of Cabernet. Come in this morning at 5:22. Half-empty bottle of Peroni just left here in the station. Left here right in front of my microphone. That's the thanks I get from your afternoon host, Greg. What are we going to do about that?
He was... Okay. All right. I'm going to have a word with him.
Uh-oh.
Can we clean up our Peroni? And I know it's him. It's Italian beer. Wasn't the janitor.
Maybe it was.
Maybe it was. You never know.
Yeah.
What a show we have for you today. We'll get to a big take on genocidal denial. As the Democrats, the mainstream media, even the president of South Africa says, genocide. Where'd you get that from? Nothing going on here. We'll talk about it. Also, ABC, Disney, telling The View from all the way up at the top, Bob Iger of all people, telling the cackling hens on The View to expand your horizon as broadcasters.
What does that mean?
It means get off the Trump bashing train and try to entertain the viewers and the audience members that you have. Got an exclusive from the Daily Beast of all places. Talk about that. Trump and Bruce Springsteen. That rivalry continues. And also, Americans are lazy at work.
Yeah.
And we have the data to prove it.
Shocking.
Yes. As we approach another holiday weekend where people just get away earlier than ever. If it's a 3-day weekend, you make it 4.
That's right.
If it's a 4-day weekend, you make it 5.
That's right.
If you normally check out on Wednesday at 5, you check out at lunchtime now.
Yep.
We just stretch it all out.
Absolutely.
Just like our waistlines.
Yep.
It's outrageous. It's got an end. It's got to end. I'm going to call people out today. All right, let's get down to business. A lot of good stuff lined up, including a great cut sheet at 7:45. But before that, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:03, the great Dawn Stensler.
Good morning on this Thursday morning, May the 22nd. It is dreary, drizzly, another cold day. We'll tell you when that warm-up will begin. But for now, be safe as you drive in this morning. Many spin-outs on our roadways. And we are sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group. So thank you, Piazza Auto Group, as we begin the news with tragic news in Philadelphia. Philadelphia police investigating after they say a 12-year-old little boy has died at the hospital. He was accidentally shot by his own family member.
Oh, God.
This happened, I know, in a West Philadelphia home.
Shocking.
Last night, about 9 o'clock at night, police called, answering those 911 calls, 800 block of Brooklyn Street. And when the officers arrived, they found this young victim lying in his bed, suffering from a gunshot wound to his head. So those officers rushing him to Children's Hospital, the doctors there, great doctors at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, CHOP, where the little boy was pronounced dead. They could not save his life.
Accidentally shoot a 12-year-old in the head as he lies in a bed. Okay.
We have some of the Philly police talking about this from yesterday. This is a courtesy of Steve Keeley, Phil.
Fired the shot, and that mother, who's in her late 30s, first was transported to CHOP, because that's where her son was transported. That's where the son died. But the mother has since been transported to homicide. We did recover a semi-automatic gun inside of the property. Where we found the child in the third floor rear bedroom, that's also where we found the scene. That's also where we found a semi-automatic gun. So at this time, it appears that this is a tragic, tragic shooting. A 12-year-old who was shot, died at Children's Hospital, CHOP. We believe at this time, our preliminary information is that the 12-year-old was shot accidentally by a juvenile family member.
So his fellow sibling pulls out a gun and lock your firearms up.
That video courtesy of Steve Keeley and Fox 29. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Steve Keeley, for sure. So as far as we're not being given any other information except for the fact that there were at least 5 or 6 family members who were home at the time. This was West Philadelphia. Police continuing to investigate that one and that other juvenile in custody. So we have that going on. We also have, and one of the major stories this morning, locally, nationally, is these 2 Israelis who were shot. And we have local reporters, even in D.C., traveling there. This is outside the embassy in D.C., where there's a suspect in custody now, but 2 Israelis shot just outside their embassy. I know that Pam Bondi, Secretary Bondi, Director Bondi, I should say, had spoken out and vowed this would not be tolerated.
We have
promising.
Her. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, by the way, the suspect...
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Suspect shouting, "Free Palestine," after being arrested here.
Mayor, thank you. Chief, thank you. Ambassador, our hearts go out to you and your staff. I spoke to the President of the United States multiple times tonight on behalf of the President. His prayers are with all of us, all of the Jewish community, everyone in Washington, D.C., state, local, and federal agencies, and our great U.S. Attorney, Jeanine Pirro, who will be prosecuting this case, will be doing everything in our power to keep all citizens safe, especially tonight our Jewish community. Our prayers go out. We have the FBI. All of our federal agencies will work hand in hand with you, Chief, as we have done, and you, Mayor, to do everything we can to keep our citizens safe. We will follow the facts. We will follow the law. And this defendant, if charged, will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
So that's Pam Bondi today. That continues, and we'll have coverage, obviously, throughout the day. Also, we're following the trial for former Philadelphia police officer. This is Mark Dial, back in 2023, August of 2023, in that tragic, fatal traffic stop that ended with the death of Eddie Irizarry. Both men at the time, 27 years old. Obviously, former officer Mark Dial is now 29 years old. But it was emotional yesterday as he he took the stand. Mark Dial took the stand himself, and he stated in court talking about this as he was, devastated after he learned that Eddie Irizarry had died. So he described what happened. His partner shouting, he's got a gun. Obviously, we now know it turned out to be a knife, 2 knives actually. And he believed that his life was in danger as he then fired shots, then moved in and tried to save Eddie Irizarry. Eddie Irizarry's family, emotional in court, crying in court. Former Officer Dial crying in court. They brought up tissues for him as he was sobbing, telling this story when he realized that Eddie Irizarry had died in the hospital after trying to save his life. He described that this was the worst day of his life. Now his fate is in the hands of a Philadelphia jury. So we are watching this very carefully. I think they deliberated a little over a half an hour yesterday as far as those jury deliberations. They'll be back this morning. And this former officer, will the jury find that he's telling the truth or that the training was improper, or will they sentence him to many years behind bars? That's the question.
I'd be stunned if they don't have a verdict by the end of today.
Yeah, that doesn't bode well for him.
No,
if that's the case, by the way.
Dom and I were talking about that. I think Dom was with us yesterday when we were here at Odyssey World headquarters, and we were chatting about that around 6:00 or so. Yeah. I get a feeling it's going to be a conviction.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. When I told you guys that it went to the jury, I was surprised at how quick. I mean, we just started jury selection when Monday morning when we started out here on Kayal and Company.
Yep.
To have this already Thursday morning, they begin the deliberations in full for a full day. What does that mean for this former officer? His family, and some of you right now listening, you were there in court, and a lot of support from law enforcement. So we're following this very carefully. But as we look for the big, beautiful bill and that vote, and I know we'll talk about that, there's another vote that I think we all care about. And in this one, we win the big, beautiful tush push.
Yeah! Yeah! Take that, you weak-minded football people.
So I didn't know the process by which, the NFL owners, they all get together, they have to vote on this. So it was not a slam dunk by any measure. I think we won, we being, if you're pro tush push,
right,
then we won by what, 2 votes?
That's right.
So tush push prevails.
They needed 24 out of 32 teams, so 75%, and they did not get it. They got 22. They needed 24. 10 teams saying, no shot. You're going to continue to do this. We have no problem with it. Kudos to those 10. Those are the courageous 10.
So we will talk about the full forecast, the rain as we head into the Memorial Day weekend. A lot of people were told this could be a busy travel day this afternoon, which could turn very messy. We already have accidents out there. We'll talk about the weather, the forecast, and it's important to be in a safe vehicle, which brings us to Piazza Auto Group. The wait is over. Acura's all-new premium compact SUV, 2025 ADX, available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, Reading. Visit them. PiazzaAcura.com, Piazza, PiazzaAcura.com. Schedule a test drive or just browse special offers. Piazza Auto Group, thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live. And Nick, I guess it's a messy forecast once again today.
Messy indeed, Dawn. 51 degrees, only hitting 54 today. Showers throughout the day are almost a certainty, but it will set up for a clear and dry weekend. 64 on Friday, 65 on Saturday. And then on Sunday, we go up to 70. And, of course, Memorial Day, Monday, 75 degrees. And it looks like it'll be sunny for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So just get through today, and we are in the clear. Philly weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right, let's get down to business. Thursday morning, time for another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Wawa, the Big Take, receipts of racism and genocidal denial. It took Donald Trump and 59 South African white farmers seeking refuge from a genocide for the Democrats to finally say enough is enough when it comes to immigration. You know, the left had no problem with 15 million illegals entering the country from South America, the Middle East, Asia, and countless other nations and continents, many of whom are violent predators. But a couple dozen farmers who are upstanding citizens that happen to be white, that's where we draw the line. It appears the legacy media also wants to commit professional suicide by denying that a genocide is occurring as they continue to self-destruct and obliterate any ounce of credibility that they have left. That was the Wednesday theme at the White House as Donald Trump and his administration continue to obliterate their opposition, all while preserving life and being the party of peace. And somehow that's a bad thing. ABC News embarrassed themselves yet again. Headline, quote, President Trump and South African President Cyril Ramaphosa engaged in a back and forth at the White House over Trump's, quote, unfounded claims of genocide against white South African farmers. Pay attention here. The new buzzword for the media on this story, unfounded. ABC used it, CNN used it, NBCnews.com used it, unfounded. It's the new talking point, and they still haven't learned, but we have the receipts. And most importantly, so does the Trump administration. Let's go to the tape where you will see and hear the death demands of white people and the slitting of their throats. Listen and watch.
The mayor of DA in PE is a white man. So these people, when you want to hit them hard, go after a white man. They feel a terrible pain because you have touched a white man. Not because Mashaba and Soli will not be touched. They will be touched, don't worry. But we are starting with this whiteness. We are cutting the throat of whiteness.
Unfounded, eh? Let's provide more evidence for ABC, shall we? How about the kill the Boer chants? Listen and watch this. And then how about this all-time badass moment, a total boss move from Trump yesterday as they brought out a TV at the White House in the Oval Office and played the footage of his own government calling for the death of white farmers. Listen and watch this.
But we are starting with this whiteness. We are cutting the throat of whiteness. Shoot to kill. Gamanza. Kill the poor. The farmer. Kill the poor. The farmer. Pa. 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 Shoot to kill. Gamanza.
You want to talk about direct and right to the point? That right there, folks, is how it's done. Still unfounded, ABC? Well, what about two former PGA Tour golfing legends from South Africa? Perhaps a first-hand account of the genocide. Here is Ernie Els and Retief Goosen, two great golfers, friends of Trump, who came to speak about the atrocities in their nation. Listen and watch.
I grew up in an area in South Africa that is a farmland area, Polokwane, and there is some issues up there. Obviously, my dad was a property developer as well as a part-time farmer, and some of these buddy farmers got killed. The farm is still going. My brothers run it, but it's a constant battle with farms they're trying to burn the farms down to chase you away. So it is a concern to try and make a living as a farmer, and at the end they, without farmers, there's no food on the plate. So we need the farmers to produce the food.
Farming, right? He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't even want to do what you're doing, right? They love farming. They don't want to leave. But it's a struggle.
Yeah, and food and fresh water is the most important thing in life. Without those two things you can't survive.
How is the water there?
The water is great. Obviously, all the water comes out of the borehole, out of ground for us down there. But it is a battle to get the water out sometimes when all the equipment gets stolen all the time that you're trying to get the water out.
So does your family and your brother, do they feel safe on the farm?
They live behind electric fences, try and be at night safe. But it is constant whenever you leave that something could happen. And
There's nowhere to live.
You know, both of them has been attacked in their houses. My mom's been attacked in her house when she was 80. So it is difficult.
I believe in this world when it comes to free speech, you don't get better policies and results by limiting or restricting speech. You get the best results by having more speech and better speech. The same applies to racism and hatred. You don't end racism by allowing and permitting more racism. And this national mindset from the media and the Democrats of, well, white people did this 100 years ago, so we need a market correction of permitted racism in return to right or wrong, is such a load of crap. All races are capable of being racist, but the media says it's only white people. And of course, CNN, they're complicit in that mindset. CNN yesterday, after watching all the clips I just played for you and broadcasting those clips on their network, just called Trump showing the president of South Africa evidence of leaders calling for a white genocide and stealing their land, quote, an ambush of, quote, debunked conspiracy theories. Trump literally played the evidence. He brought in witnesses. CNN saw it. They still deny it. Listen and watch.
Cyril Ramaphosa brought his best diplomatic self to this meeting, but nothing could have prepared him for this multimedia ambush that President Trump laid out with video, with printed out news stories. This was a laundry list of debunked conspiracy theories. Some South Africans are telling me this is AfriForum propaganda. AfriForum is a white Afrikaner lobby group that's considered a white nationalist organization by the Southern Poverty Law Center. Everything, almost everything that President Trump said in the Oval Office is not true, was inaccurate, has been repeatedly debunked.
Apparently, CNN would like South Africa to broadcast the genocide on live television to make these unfounded claims verified. The only thing unfounded these days are CNN viewers, as in they're non-existent. I want you to watch this video clip. Here's a white farmer greeted in Zimbabwe when he returned from forced expropriation by the regime. Listen and watch this. Six months after police chased him and his family at gunpoint, returning to tears of joy. Unbelievable. Turns out starvation is not necessarily a popular thing across the planet. But the same media hacks who refuse to even acknowledge or report on a genocide of Muslim Asians in Chinese concentration camps are also saying that there's nothing to see in South Africa. Because the media wants you to believe two things. Only African Americans and only the trans community are under attack. That's the narrative. Everything else is fake news. You know, the same networks who told you Biden was fine, the same party that's okay with rapists and killers entering your country, as long as they eventually vote Democrat moving forward, are raising a stink and calling out the credibility because 6 farmers came to the country to avoid being executed. Donald Trump is trying to end 2 wars, make sure people are safe here and around the globe, and get people out of genocidal situations, and somehow he's the bad guy. However much you like the Democrat Party or dislike the media, it's not enough. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by the good folks at Wawa, where you can sip into savings at Wawa. Enjoy any size hot coffee, including their new cinnamon churro blend for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, or a 16-ounce Wawa tea or fruit drink for just $1. Unlimited bonus offers can be redeemed daily with Wawa Rewards. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT on X, and of course the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. We're back after this on Kayal and Company.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
This room needs a statement piece.
Bucks County Estate Traders is loaded with beautiful, unique pieces of all styles. It's huge, and truckloads of incredible items arrive daily.
Ugh, sounds overwhelming.
It's a breeze. Every item has a QR code that puts its info at your fingertips, and their friendly designers are there to help. In fact, open BucksCountyEstateTraders.com, and we can shop now.
Oh, I love that.
Let's go. It's their Memorial Day sale.
Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their Hatfield showroom and save 20 to 50% store-wide. Sale ends soon. Now open extended hours and Sundays.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
time. You've been running, hiding much too long. You know it's just your foolish mind. Hey, love.
627, Kayal Company. Thursday morning. Good to have everybody in here. It's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Good time last night with all of the advertisers, the clients, snapping photos, kissing babies, slapping backs. Good stuff. A lot of Saquon Barkley jerseys last night.
Yes.
If you noticed that. Not many Jalen Hurts jerseys. Just an observation I had.
That's a good one.
Something tells me one guy's a little more beloved in this town than the other. Interesting. 855-839-1210. All right, Dawn, your thoughts? South Africa, the genocide that's going on, or the genocide that apparently doesn't exist according to the mainstream media?
I thought that what you highlighted in your big take. By the way, we're of course monitoring the big beautiful bill. Went to the full House for consideration. We're all over it. We got you covered, right?
I see the votes and the yays and the nays.
So we'll bring it to you live. Don't worry. I would say that what you said in your big take and what you played, that has been on social media, and we've referenced it. And there was all this back and forth. I think the reason that Trump did what he did, which you highlighted perfectly, Kayal, is that the media kept saying, no, this is a lie, and so I think the reason Trump actually did that was to present there were witnesses. Reportedly Elon Musk was, and I'm bad at knowing this, but reportedly Elon Musk was there. I don't know, maybe that was photoshopped in.
No, he was there. I saw the.
So you did see it where he was just staring at the South African president. I'm always cautious when I retweet those things because sometimes, but it sure looked like he was there. It wasn't. Yeah. Okay. And so in any event, I would say Trump did that because of the media continuing to say, locally, I actually heard media say a far left or a far right group, whatever they called them, that's not associated with the government. They were singing a cultural song, and that's being portrayed in that's what the media was saying. That what you played, cut the white people's throat, kill the Boer, which is referring to those white farmers, Jewish and Christian.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, and the fact that Trump pointed out that stadium where they held that. Imagine you live near there or in that region, and you have about 100,000 people jumping up and down, and you're the minority in a country, and they're basically saying, kill the whitey. OMG.
Oh, yes.
You know what I mean? I'm getting in the boat. I'm out.
Yep.
Yep. But I think that's why, because a lot of people are saying, well, why would Trump do that? That's why. Yeah. I think he had to confront it, show all the pictures of the people. But then that back and forth with the NBC reporter and the fake news media continued to they were talking about the plane, guitar, anything else, but the dead people in, the file that he had there. But I think he was just trying to say, this is tangible evidence. This is happening. Let's deal with it.
If these were 59 South African transgendered farmers, the media wouldn't say a word about it. They would not care at all. But because it's 59 white male farmers, it's an issue. Not a peep. Border's secure. We can't fix the border. We need a bill. 15 million people, no problem. But 59 farmers. And then when he brings out the evidence, it's, well, those videos haven't been authenticated. It's no different than the Photoshop of MS-13 over the knuckles. Yes, we know that the Photoshop over Kilmar Abrego Garcia's knuckles are Photoshopped. But the MS-13 Photoshop was put there to transcribe what the letters and the symbols below the actual Photoshop stood for. The marijuana leaf, the M, the $sign, the S, and then the 1 and the 3. The amount of twisting and contorting that the media will do to discredit anything that Trump says or does in a day and age where some polls indicate that the American public believes Trump more than the legacy media is just astonishing to me. And this is the same media that tried to tell you Hunter Biden's laptop didn't exist. This is the same media that told you the COVID vaccine was 100% safe and effective. This is the same media that told you masks work, that social distancing, which was made up out of the thin air, was scientifically proven evidence. They just continue to lie to your face and they don't care. How anybody with an ounce of knowledge and dignity and self-respect would turn on ABC News or CNN is just amazing. And I'm not saying you got to watch Newsmax, okay? I'm not saying you go watch Sean Ferris on Rumble. But for the love of God, these people have no credibility anymore. They're handed talking points. And they sit there with their perfectly cropped hair and their perfect makeup. And they tell you what the power players that be want you to think. And people actually consume this garbage. And then the South African spokesperson yesterday, Vincent Magwanya, told ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wong it was, quote, a poor compilation of old videos and a complete lie. Then Trump apparently pulled out news articles talking about where they have written about the violent attacks against white African farmers, saying, quote, I don't know, all of these articles over the last few days, death of people, death, 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 horrible death. Trump claimed that white South Africans were, quote, fleeing because of the violence and the racist laws. He says this is sort of the opposite of apartheid. What's happening now is never reported. Nobody knows about it. And then you had a couple of other officials from the South African government, Ramaphosa, pushing back, saying that this is, quote, not government policy. There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, though through criminal activity, it's not only white people. Majority of them are black people, Ramaphosa said. I would say if there were African farmer genocide, I can bet you these gentlemen would not be here today, including my Minister of Agriculture. He would not be with me. So I'll take him, President Trump, listening to their stories to get their perspective. But just know there is no genocide in South Africa. Well, Ernie Els and Louis Retief Goosen were there, and Retief Goosen is sitting there citing direct knowledge that his father had to deal with.
You know what's really sick about this, too, is that at what point will because they kept, the media especially keeps doing this nuance of, well, yes, people are dying, but it needs to be a certain number of people dying to be considered a genocide.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm just like, at what point do you want more people to die?
Yeah.
Like, will it make them happy if there are more people dead? So then the media can say, "See, we were right. It is a genocide, or it's not a genocide." It's ridiculous.
Right.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, one of the quotes to your point is the issue of whether what he terms as genocide can be equated to the struggle. And of course it cannot, because there is just no genocide in South Africa. And as of course it is an issue of how one looks at it. We require the investment from the United States, and we require a more positive disposition from the United States, says Ramaphosa. But just that last sentence I gave you in the previous paragraph. And of course, it is an issue of how one looks at it. Well, it's either a genocide or it's not. But I mean, people are dying, right? And yes, like I get it. Elon Musk, he's Trump's buddy. That's his country. But I mean, why would anybody be open to 15 million people coming here illegally and then bat an eyelash over 59 people that, if they stay much longer, may have their throats slit? Doesn't make sense to me.
Nick, I know I'm going to trigger you, but this is Reuters.
Uh-oh.
And they say that the president was echoing a fringe conspiracy theory circulating in far-right chat rooms for at least a decade.
Chat rooms?
Yeah, I guess we are now a chat room as well.
What is this, 1995?
I was just going to say that.
Chat rooms.
Chat rooms.
This is Reuters.
Yeah. Dial up the AOL and go in the chat room, huddle.
Dawn, what's your screen name? Do you have a screen name for the chat rooms that you enter?
Donnie Downer 69.
Wait, Donnie Downer 69.
Sorry.
Oh my God.
Reuters deep dive on MAGA chat rooms. Exposed tonight on the 10 o'clock news. MAGA chat rooms.
It's just and obviously their answer to it was saying that South African police have recorded more than 26,000 murders nationwide, and then they say only a tiny percentage of them are white people or farmers. Well, I would say overall, I don't think that's a good answer. If your answer is, well, we have 26,000 people killed in South Africa in 2024, wow, that's horrifying. But the fact that you have the Afrikaners are this very tiny population.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that you have those individuals in particular showing up in those stats tells you, well, there's something going on.
The problem is this narrative is so effing lazy, and the media gloms onto it because there's race involved.
Mm-hmm.
And it's easy to say, well, he's letting in white people, kicking out the brown and black people. Like, there's so much more nuance to it.
Of course.
But the media just sees race.
Yep.
And immediately everybody goes to their corners and like, okay, this is, this. And like, nobody is saying that we shouldn't have vetted immigration here. You know what I mean? Like, we need it. We want it. So I don't see, I don't understand what the problem is.
Yeah, well, it's because everything is viewed through the prism of identity politics, and the first question they all ask is, what's the identity of the victim? And if the identity of the victim doesn't match the agenda of the media, it's a non-story, or they just say it doesn't exist and it's fake news.
It's just, it's infuriating because if the roles were reversed here, the media would have the absolute opposite narrative.
Yeah.
And I just...
Well, imagine
at some point it just gets so lazy. Like, I'm just like, oh God, are we doing this again?
I mean, 2 videos openly chanting for the death, the pain, and the cutting of the throats of white farmers. Now, we are 9 days away from Pride Month. Let me flip the variables around for you. Let's say it's June 5th, and a video emerges on social media with 250 people chanting for the slitting of throats of people from the LGBTQ plus community.
Oh, God.
Could you imagine the media coverage? Now, of course, all we ever hear is how trans people are under attack. Yet all I ever seem to see are trans people having breakdowns on social media. When is the last time we have seen, and trust me, we would see it, because it would be on MSNBC and CNN, the Washington Post would write about, the Inquirer. You would not be able to avoid it. When is the last time you've heard a story of somebody in the trans community that was the victim? When is the last? I cannot tell you. And if it happens, we will talk about it on this show.
We did about a year ago.
A year.
Remember, about a year ago, there was, and it was tragic. And the individual's family spoke out, and there, that was, and we talked about it. It was a legitimate murder story, and they arrested someone and took them to trial. So we would cover that. We have compassion. In this case, what struck me with Trump, I think that he just, when he was showing all of those printouts and they had people's pictures on them and was saying these individuals were farmers, they're these Afrikaners, they're mostly majority white, but not all, and that they were targeted. And the answer that Trump gave was, well, in this country, if we had that many people, 100,000 people in a stadium jumping up and down, I'm paraphrasing the president, saying something to the effect of kill a certain group, Trump said, I think that leader or that individual would be arrested because they're inciting violence. And even in our country with free speech, if you're saying kill somebody or what have you. And so that's not what is making the headline. The headline is that Trump, quote unquote, look at the mainstream headlines this morning. Trump ambushes the South African president when he came to the White House to talk about trade.
Yep.
So once again, peace and prosperity. He's trying to use as a leverage tool to say, if you want to trade with us, you got to deal with this stuff.
Yep. 855-839-1210. Martin is in Abington. He's on Kayal and Company. What's up, Martin?
How you doing? Good show. I have to say, though, there's 2 sides to this. There is a genocide going on in Africa. Let's say we agree with that. 100 people have died. There's also a Holocaust going on. When we pulled 1% of U.S. aid, and Dawn and I talked about this a few months ago, and she said she was sure the president would act. When we pulled that aid, 5 million people are going to die. 500,000 in South Africa alone.
Die from what?
Within his term, 500,000 people are going to die.
Martin, you've called before. Let me just ask you this, because I've taken your call on this topic. What's your infatuation with Africa and AIDS?
It's very simple. If you ask Republicans today, if you could pay 1% of U.S. aid to stop the Holocaust in Germany in 1945, every Republican would say yes. But today we're doing the same thing, and we're not doing a thing about it. It'll be 4 years.
You're separating two major issues here. You're separating a guy that wanted to exterminate a population in Hitler versus a disease that I get is awful. What is Africa doing about AIDS? What is every other nation on the planet doing about AIDS? Why do we have to keep giving up all of our money for other people's issues when it was their choice to make a decision where they acquired AIDS?
Okay, I can answer that. First of all, 1 million of them are babies that are infected with blood. George Bush started this program to fight AIDS in Africa so it didn't come here.
Can I tell you guys something?
Roll back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I
AIDS
tell you
will roll back
something?
here.
Martin, can I just
Go.
I have two dear friends who actually adopted children and have like 3-4 kids when that was allowed because the children's parents and siblings died of AIDS.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not denying, Martin, that this is a crisis that's happening. And I know there are efforts. I have been told that those critical medicines will not stop. So I know that you're in this industry, but we're compassionate people, right? Nick, Greg, we've talked about this.
Yeah. Oh, so
right?
he's got a vested interest in what he keeps calling about.
Well, there are many people who have fundraised on this and tried to adopt. They stopped the allowance of adopting children.
Yeah.
There are children packing orphanages. There are babies born with AIDS. It's a huge problem. And so that critical medicine going to that area, I've been told locally by doctors that the medicine continues to combat this. I really have.
Well, I wish them the best, but I mean, comparing 5 million people versus 59 people, it's not apples to apples. It's not even close to the same comparison. I mean, you and I, Dawn, could pick up 59 people with three vehicles from Piazza Auto Group. Saving 5 million people from AIDS, a tougher nut to crack, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. And again, I'll check it again because I'll fact check it again. But I have spoken personally to different doctors and people very involved in this cause. And by the way, they don't allow you to adopt the kids anymore. There are a lot of people who want to adopt children, and it's very tough to adopt.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, I've been told that medicine continues worldwide because it does it mostly saves the babies who are born with this.
All right. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, coming up next on the other side, we got to get to some of the suits in media telling their talent to tone it down with Donald J. Trump. It's Kayal and Company as we continue. But let's talk about the Piazza Auto Group. And we're talking about the flagship brand, and that is Honda, where you can level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or a hatchback from our friends at Piazza Honda. The Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year with an impressive 50 city or 47 highway MPG rating. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and excitement of hybrid performance. Visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today, or browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online right now at piazzahonda.com.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life.
Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Kayal Company, 6:49 Thursday morning. She sure does, doesn't she? And she knows how to use them. Every time I hear this, I think of Stacy Keibler back in the day. Wrestling reference for an audience of two.
For God's sake. Your references are horrendous.
That's what makes me a unique cat.
Yeah, okay.
855-839-1210. I'm not a big fan of the legs on The View, but then again, all I have to see is from the waist up to be appalled. Because as soon as they open their mouth, my head's ready to explode. I love this coming down. This is Bob Iger, who is the CEO of Disney. I saw this last night when we got home from our open house here with all of the advertisers for Odyssey. The Disney CEO has now stepped in and told the hosts of The View to tone down the Trump bashing. You can read this story courtesy of the Daily Beast, but they write, Disney and ABC News have asked the hosts of The View to tone down their political rhetoric. Multiple sources told the Daily Beast. Since President Donald Trump's election in 2024, the panel of co-hosts on The View, Whoopi Goldberg, Joy Behar, Sarah Haynes, Ana Navarro, Sonny Hostin, and Alyssa Farah Griffin, have consistently criticized Trump administration officials and policies, but its constant focus on Trump and politics seems to have roiled the network's top bosses, including not only Disney CEO Bob Iger, but also ABC News president Alman Karamedvedich. Yeah, him.
Very, very good pronunciation.
We'll call him AK for short. AK convened a meeting with The View's executive producer, Brian Tata, and its hosts, and suggested that the panel needed to broaden its conversations beyond its predominant focus on politics, specifically Trump. Two sources familiar with the meeting said AK highlighted episodes with celebrity guests that he said were highly rated, one source said, and encouraged them to lean into such coverage moving forward. We're also going to get to this Trump-Bruce Springsteen battle that is going on back and forth between music and social media coming up in just a little bit. But I love seeing this because one thing I've noticed, and I've noticed this specifically about Caitlin Collins, and I know that she has gone from being, a White House correspondent with the sole task of covering the Trump administration the first time around to getting her own primetime show, which is god-awful. I mean, there's just no command. There's no entertainment value. There's no personality. It's just straightforward. Trump did this. Trump tweeted that. Trump said this. Trump picked his nose. Trump wiped his butt. I mean, Caitlin Collins' entire show is dedicated to Donald Trump, which I find incredibly boring. I mean, there's no variety whatsoever. Now, I don't watch The View. A, it's bad. B, I think now does it start at does it start at 9 or 10?
11.
Oh, see, I didn't even know. Is it 1 hour or is it 2 hours?
1 hour.
It feels like 2, though.
It feels like, but everything that we see is Trump, Trump, Trump. And I would say this, whether you're a Trump fan or a Trump hater, if you dedicate everything to just broaden your scope and give people the variety that they like.
2 things on this. I do not like management coming down on talent and telling them what they can or cannot talk about.
To your credit, you've never done that to me.
Because if somebody had done that to anybody here, when we were under different ownership, and they said, tone down the Trump love on this radio station, we would have, all of us would have resigned. So I don't like when any management, no matter what they are, tells talent, this is what you need to do. On the other side of that, if you're management and you see your viewership, your ratings, all of it being eroded, and then you want to say, hey, you know what, maybe not focus so much on politics, maybe do what, I don't know, women who are home at 11 o'clock want to talk about or want to hear about, focus more on that. I can see that from a programming aspect if you want to tweak it a little bit. I do not like an edict that comes down, though, that says, you tone down the Trump hate. Because that's a slippery slope.
I agree, but if you are in the position of getting the best results for the product, that you're the brand manager, so to speak. Bob Iger is basically the brand manager of everything that happens with ABC, ESPN, and Disney.
He's not, though.
I know, but if your audience is beginning to diminish, like the same thing with MSNBC, they lost half of their audience since November. CNN's been in free fall rating wise for 3 or 4 years now. You have to change something up, and if there's a Trump fatigue, or if people no longer think you have credibility on the subject of Trump because you went with all the narratives and the hoaxes and the lies, well, then you need to change something. And if it's 5 people for 1 hour on a set like that, I mean, how about if here's what I do right now. If I was the producer of The View, if I was Brian Tata, hey, why don't we book Maggie Gyllenhaal? Let's have Maggie Gyllenhaal. Our audience might like Maggie Gyllenhaal, actress in Hollywood, right? How about this? Maybe we get Jay Leno on. Do something to change up the never-ending Trump bashing, but also the never-ending Biden support. We played that clip yesterday of Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi Goldberg said, why did the media not tell me that Joe was eroded? Why is it the media's job? Whoopi, you are the media. You have eyes and ears, right? You didn't realize that Joe was basically a vegetable?
Well, I think she was calling out the White House press corps, maybe, specifically.
Right. Why would you need the White House press corps or the White House press secretary to tell you something? That's like saying I need the government to make sure that I eat, and the government needs to make sure that they pay my bills. No. Take care of that yourself. You're an adult. You're a functioning human being. My dog realized that Joe Biden was eroding. He's got the IQ of poppy seeds. I mean, what are we doing here? But I just look at this stuff with The View and all of these networks, and it's not just The View. How many of these networks have just lit themselves on fire with the never... And what did we say earlier in the show? I think, Stocker, you might have mentioned it with the apartheid and everything in South Africa. It's just lazy, right? Yes. The lazy thing to do is talk about Trump. When in doubt, and that's why I got out of sports radio. When in doubt, not much to talk about. I talk about the Eagles. No, it's lazy.
Well, it's also lazy to sit here and praise Trump for 6 hours every day.
Well, that's what I said. To me, if you are either always praising him or always criticizing him, eventually it becomes predictable. It's lazy. It's not
exactly.
Now, maybe there are people that want to hear that, and if you want to hear either side, I got you. That's the beauty of media these days. You can go and find anything you're searching for, right? We have more diversity of subjects and hosts and topics and niche conversations. That's why podcasts have become successful and popular, because it really zeroes in on one subject. If you want to learn more about the economy, if you're obsessed with the Fed, I'm sure there's somebody out there doing a great deep dive, 45 minutes a day, 3 days a week on a podcast. You can get that. But I look at the mainstream stuff, on daytime television or prime day part radio, and it's supposed to be, what do they always tell us in this industry? Play the hits, right?
Yeah.
Play the hits. That's why we're going to go today from talking about genocide to The View to Americans and their inability to put in a full 5-day work week. I don't know. I spilled my bucket. There you go.
Just a note about Caitlin Collins. Just a reminder to everybody, Trump made her, if you will, her career.
Oh, no doubt about it. There's no doubt. But if I was in her position and I've seen those ratings on those CNN primetime shows, I might want to start working in a little pop culture to my program for a segment instead of just sitting there with that stoic, stiff face.
To be fair, and I know you don't watch it, I don't watch it either, but like I know enough about the show to know that they don't. It's always, the opening segment is always political, but they also do a ton of other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just, it's not an hour discussion on politics. I know you think it is, but it's not.
For who?
For The View.
Oh, for The View. Okay, I thought you were talking about Caitlin.
No.
Caitlin Clark. All right.
Caitlin Collins.
Or Caitlin Collins. Same chick. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to some news to kick off hour number 2. And then the battle between the bosses, Trump and Bruce. I'm going to have a little conversation on that. I know Stalker's a big Bruce Springsteen fan. Working man, white T-shirt, blue jeans, putting in a hard day, talking about the glory days. We'll get into that when we continue. And also a study. We check this website out from time to time. Studyfinds.org. Tremendous stuff on this website, including this story that we have to talk about. The percentage of Americans that mentally clock out of work before taking extended holiday weekends. Greg, you're off tomorrow, right?
Yep.
You're off Monday?
Yep.
We're all off Monday.
Are you off right now?
Yep.
Study finds verifiable. Coming up next, it's Kayal & Company. Stay right there.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercials, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call us at 610-687-5280, or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but 2 of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2020.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather Tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 7:05, hour number 2, Thursday morning. Another cool, dreary May morning. Feels like April 22nd, not May 22nd. Dick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Subscribe to the podcast. Download the podcast as well, wherever you get your podcasts. iTunes, Spotify, or the old-fashioned way, 1210WPHT.com. I actually checked out the 1210WPHT website yesterday.
Oh, thank you.
No idea why I did, but I just was curious to go and see what it was. It's been a long time since I was on there. You can still listen to us with the Listen Live tab on the station website.
We actually get a decent number of people that do that.
That is the old-fashioned way.
So don't mock it.
No, I'm not. That's how, when I first did mornings the first time in 2007 in Allentown, that was how my mom would listen when I would start at 6 a.m.
Aw.
She'd pull it up on the old computer.
What station in Allentown?
I forget what the call. I forget what the call letters were. It was it was 1470. I think it's like a Spanish station now. Yeah. It went about 3 miles. Only when the sun was up. You couldn't get it in the parking lot of the station when the sun went down. Those were the glory days. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. All right, let's get to round number 2 of the news. Cut sheets coming up at 7:45, and here is the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company. News live on this, I'll say, raw, rainy, sloppy on the roads, very wet weather, and chilly, cold weather as well. We're still in the mid-50s today, full forecast coming up. We are sponsored this morning, in Kayal and Company News Live this Thursday, May the 22nd, by D&K Appliances. So in the news, I'll begin with a follow-up story, and this one is one that we have talked about. The gunman, according to police, had just broke into Winfield Heights apartment, killing a man in a woman's bed. Philadelphia police calling this some kind of a love triangle shooting. So in the headlines this morning as we get this update, so Winfield Heights, this happening, they believe it was some kind of a jealous rage, a love triangle they're calling it. And so this is an apartment inside the Helston right along Conshohocken Avenue. And so this happened in the wee hours of this morning. 35-year-old man shot in the head and chest in a bed, and the first responders pronouncing him dead on the scene. And so this was the victim lying there on the bed, shell casings there. And so they believe that the shooter stood very close to the victim when the 4 shots were fired, this according to Philadelphia police, and that he was clearly the intended target. So this took place inside the woman's apartment where some furniture and other items had been overturned. So they believe that this, jealous rage, this love triangle, however you want to say it, was the motive. And they believe the woman is also a witness, had a relationship with both of these men. After the shooting, the suspected gunman dragged the woman from her apartment, according to police, but she did not suffer life-threatening injuries. So this, an active investigation. Obviously, a lot of 911 calls from those in the apartments, homicide investigators looking into this one. And so a very disturbing situation to wake up to this morning, certainly, as they've recovered the gun. They have a suspect in custody.
Boy, the crime is just, I feel like this is like 8 straight days of just heinous attacks in this city. Remember we had that stretch where I said, boy, where'd all the shootings go? We get back to the shootings? Oh, we've gotten back to them.
Well, luckily Larry Krasner is gonna be in charge for another few years. So.
Yeah, all these tweets I got from people that live in the city that are Eagle fans. Homicide rates are down. Yeah, that's the only metric you're looking at. Okay.
Did you guys see the? I don't know if you played it yesterday, Dawn, where he basically said "F around and find out."
Yeah.
To who? Opposing fellow prosecutors and cops?
Roll this.
If it should turn out that I have a Republican opponent, if it should turn out that I have a question for that opponent and his rich friends from far away, and that question is, which part don't you like, the safety or the fairness? And under the fairness is the freedom. Which part don't you like?
Hang on a second, because there's more to this.
Okay.
What is he talking about?
He's acting like a tough guy. And
the safety?
Yeah.
Safety.
Safety. By the way, him bragging about being reelected in a city that hasn't had a Republican DA in almost 4. Dom and I were talking.
Yeah.
Dawn and I were talking about this last night. In almost 4 decades, going on 80 years without a Republican mayor. That would be like being a sports radio host or a news talk radio host that didn't have a competing station to go against and was bragging that they're number one. Dude, you, Dom, go anywhere else. And I don't know what it is about Philadelphia. I don't live here. It's your problem. You vote for Krasner. You vote for Democrat mayors. That's your issue. I only come in here for work and then I get the hell out. But that being said, let's see if Larry Krasner would succeed elsewhere. I mean, Mr. Jack McCoy. Fraud.
And I will say this to whoever possible Republican opponent there might be. You keep this up, you might educate the whole country.
There's morons surrounding him.
You keep this up, you keep effing around.
What they gonna
do? In November, you're gonna find out.
I love that he's acting like he's street.
Yeah.
You go F around,
Yeah.
you gonna find that dude. You're You're a country club elitist D-bag. Stop with the code switching, Holmes.
So we have that one going
God.
on. And
By the way, that video courtesy of Philly Crime Update. Thank you guys for doing great work over there. He's reprehensible. He's absolutely reprehensible.
Yep.
The other issue, two big stories we're following in D.C., obviously following local reaction, security being beefed up locally, for example, at the Weitzman Jewish museums, synagogues, and that sort of thing, after these two staff members of the Israeli embassy in D.C. were shot and killed last night while leaving an event at a Jewish museum. That suspect screaming "Free Palestine" after he was arrested. And the other story this morning that we are following for you, the breaking news that the House has just passed the so-called Big Beautiful Budget Bill, advancing it
On
now.
this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 214, with one answering present. The bill is passed.
That was House Speaker Mike Johnson, obviously speaking out about that. I know that they're holding many news conferences on Capitol Hill talking about this, but now it goes to the Senate side to gain passage, something that President Trump certainly this week has pressed Republicans to get it together, unify, and vote for this thing.
Well, that would be a nice way to head off into Memorial Day weekend, would it not?
Well, I think to your point, I mean, that's the hope by Trump that they get this done.
Mm-hmm.
As far as in D.C., what happened with that shooting, very disturbing, as these individuals were leaving an event at the Capitol Jewish Museum. This suspect, a gunman, approaches a group of 4 people, opens fire on them, unarmed, individuals. 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago, that's the suspect, is identified now as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago. They're identifying him. He was pacing outside the museum right before that shooting, walking into the museum after the shooting, and then was detained by event security. This according to authorities.
Yeah, we have the video of him being detained where he screamed "Free Palestine." It's cut 18, Phil.
Outside! No. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
So I know that
God.
across the nation, this is condemned in the 6 a.m. hour. Greg Plate, Attorney General Pam Bondi, among others, speaking out about this and mentioning that former Judge Jeanine Pirro, who now serves as the U.S. Attorney, obviously in Washington, will prosecute this case. So a vow for justice.
Boy, she gets thrown right into the fire.
Yes.
I mean, not even there for, 2 weeks. High-profile case.
This is true.
The judge is on the case.
Yeah, I mean, this story is just horrendous, and we have such a problem here, and nobody seems to want to address it.
No, they're more worried about 59 white farmers.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
A stunning attack.
Right.
And so,
makes those hearings. I'm sorry, Don. It really makes those hearings yesterday with Marco Rubio, where Van Hollen and the rest of those d-bags, arguing for Abrego Garcia again last night.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, the Chris Van Hollen was on, with his love letter to Abrego Garcia. Not just that, but all these college students, with these student visas and everything, screaming "Free Palestine."
Yeah.
And these senators are like, we need to keep them in the country. They just wrote an op-ed.
Yeah.
These people are writing op-eds and then gunning down Israeli officials.
Oh yeah, Columbia students Columbia students at graduation yesterday or 2 days ago got their degrees, and as soon as they were handed to them, they were lighting them on fire.
Yeah. By the way, if you like Palestine so much, go there.
Yeah.
Go there.
Go to Gaza. Go hang out.
the victims identified as Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky. So Yaron, a research assistant, Sarah organized visits and missions to Israel. So they were leaving the event from the Capitol Jewish Museum. And so apparently these were all, it was once again, you have young people, researcher's assistant, young people meeting at this planned event and being targeted by this individual. Just a stunning event, as we've been reporting. The other follow-up I wanted to say to you is that police are now, earlier we talked about the 12-year-old boy who was shot. He died. They said it was, in fact, an accidental shooting. So police speaking out saying it's the 14-year-old brother is the one who accidentally shot the 12-year-old. And so that's the update that I wanted to bring you. We're also watching within the next couple of hours in the trial of former Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial, charged with third-degree murder after that tragic traffic stop. That was August of 2023 in the fatal shooting of Eddie Irizarry. Watching for the jury, as now this has been handed to the jury. So a full day of deliberations will continue after that emotional testimony with former Officer Dial. He was sobbing on the stand, as well as the Irizarry family. They were crying in court, but Officer Dial telling in his testimony how he believed he was about to be shot and killed, how he, after shooting the suspect who he believed had a gun, because his partner pulled his gun out and said, Mark, he's got a gun. So after shooting, then tried to save Irizarry. They rushed him to the hospital, and his reaction of devastation when this young man, the same age as him, both 27, died at the hospital.
You think about the contrast here of when to shoot and having a gun and who should have one. Cops in this day and age, because of district attorneys like Larry Krasner, have to be almost absolutely certain that if it's a knife, I shouldn't have discharged my firearm. And a guy like Mark Dial might go down for that. Yet in the previous story you mentioned, we have a 12-year-old who gets shot by a 14-year-old with a semi-automatic because the parents are not responsible enough, or not good enough parents in general, to teach their kids about firearms or keep them out of their hands. And you end up with a 14-year-old that kills presumably his brother or sister right in the head. It's just the world we're living in.
So former Officer Dial could spend, he faces years in prison if convicted. His defense team argues this was a horrible tragedy, but not a crime. And they claim that former Officer Dial exercised reasonable force, believing that, in fact, his life was in danger. I'll just headline one other story that we haven't talked a ton about, even though we've talked about what led up to this. But the Food and Drug Administration officially releasing the information that they will not approve any COVID-19 vaccines for many Americans unless they have the trial data showing the benefits outweigh the risks, and that from, among others, FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty Makary.
Mm-hmm. Good. This should be, and by the way, them not approving it doesn't mean, unless I'm misunderstanding this, if you're a parent, you can still get your kid vaccinated for it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's the way it should be. If you want to give it to your kid, good. Should never have been a mandate for these kids to have to take any vaccine for COVID. Almost entirely never at risk, as short of the rare random case.
Yeah, so they're what they're saying they're asking for, to your point, more tangible evidence and studies about the vaccines. As far as our Phillies, hot. JT Realmuto, Trey Turner, Bryce Harper hit home runs. Philadelphia Phillies beating the Colorado Rockies 9-5 last night. 6th straight victory.
Yes.
So we can celebrate that one.
Good teams beat bad teams. That's the way it's supposed to be.
And the tush push prevails. We've got that going on, which is nice for our Philadelphia Eagles.
They send Jason Kelsey all the way out there. Did you notice that?
I did.
Retired Jason Kelsey was out there advocating on behalf of the push and the science behind it.
By the way, Sergeant Mark Fussetti's on our YouTube chat. He says he's been in the courtroom and he believes Dial will not be found guilty.
Yeah, maybe I'm rooting for it.
Yeah, that's the hope and prayer.
Mark also thought Pat Dugan was going to,
he hoped. Look, we don't know what a jury will do, but the evidence was compelling. And to, Mark Fussetti's point, the fact that the only real expert admitted that he admitted under oath that he had not even been presented or studied what the plan is, what the training is. It was a very bad look. And yesterday's emotional day. with an officer the same age of the individual who ends up tragically killed in a traffic stop.
Did you say McMonagle is representing Dial?
Yeah, Brian McMonagle.
Okay.
Started out, he was the youngest prosecutor at the point back in the day, but ironic, if you say it's ironic, started out as a young prosecutor back in the day in Philadelphia. So in other words, worked for the very office that Krasner works in, and then moved to the defense side.
Right.
Noted as one of the best in the country.
Yes, and to Mark's point, I mean, if you're going to be found not guilty, you're in good hands with Brian McMonagle.
Yeah, and no doubt, if he is found guilty, this will be appealed.
Yeah,
there's no question. There's enough here.
And also, when you leave the DA's office to go into private practice as a defense attorney, your mortgage payment can go up a little bit.
100%. We will get to that important forecast, especially moving into Memorial Day weekend, in just a moment. We are sponsored by D&K Appliances. Family owned and operated, offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE, Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff are local experts guiding you right through the sales, the delivery, the installation, and the service. You can visit them, D&K Appliances in Newtown Square and Flowertown. I drive by D&K Appliances pretty much every day, and I just drool over, all of those great appliances. You got to stop in, dnkappliances.com.
And what do we agree D&K Appliances stands for? Dawn and Kayal?
Yes.
Dawn and Kayal
Amen.
Appliances.
Yes. Dawn, is there a certain appliance that's on your wish list right now? I feel like every woman, every wife is always coveting a certain appliance that they got to have.
It's very sexist of you, Nick Kayal.
It's very accurate.
We could covet an appliance, couldn't we?
I'll tell you what I'm really coveting.
What?
I want to get one of those refrigerators with the built-in monitor.
Monitor?
Yeah.
Like the built-in screen?
It has Wi-Fi to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to be able to tweet while I refill my ice
God.
cup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I've had some of those smart refrigerators.
You don't like them?
They don't last.
Well, you've advocated for a long time that the old white ice box
I
is
have
the way
a
to go.
white Whirlpool thing that's probably 45 years old.
Yeah,
in
don't get rid of it.
My basement, and it never.
Stock that up with Yingling.
Yeah, it never breaks. Never breaks. I've gone through two refrigerators since then, and that Whirlpool, 45-year-old Whirlpool, still works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say new oven. And by the way, think of Rich Cioli. All he talked about was his oven. You know what I mean? So more, not in my house, unfortunately, but more men nowadays cook than the women and the wives.
I cook 3 days a week.
See?
Yeah.
I grill.
So I love that. Counts.
So I'll grill once or twice a week.
I am actually, speaking of coveting items, not to give out free ads, but I really want to get a Blackstone grill.
Oh yeah, it's a game changer.
Oh my God,
it's a game changer.
You can do breakfast on it.
That's the best thing for it. They don't, to be honest with you, and they're not an advertiser, so I don't care. They don't make the best burgers. Like I still do the old fashioned Weber for burgers.
Okay,
but like a good breakfast, absolutely, Blackstone's the way to go.
Yeah, I mean you throw the onions and peppers on there and
put
eggs,
some sausage links, some eggs, some bacon.
Yep.
Yeah. That's a damn good breakfast.
Are the Blackstones good for steak?
Nah.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
My neighbor and I have this. Dawn knows him. My neighbor and I have this argument all the time. He's like, "Dude, it makes the best. It makes the best." I'm like, "No, it doesn't. The Weber still makes the better steaks. It does."
Are you gas or charcoal on the Weber?
Gas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some people prefer charcoal.
Yeah. No. I don't do the charcoal.
It's not as good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those big ranges with the double oven. We had a Sub-Zero fridge.
Yeah.
And then I replaced it with one of those low energy. Because and so Larry's like, see, the other one was better. So, the husband was right on this one. Yeah. I have to admit. But
we like to hear that.
In my house, unlike Greg Stocker's or Nick Kale's or Rich Cioli's, I don't know about Dom, but in my house, if I don't feel like cooking, Larry says, "Hey, where do you want to order out for delivery?"
He doesn't even grill?
No.
Really?
No.
What does he do?
I'm
starting to feel like man of the year compared to Larry.
Wait,
and I'm worthless.
He never grills?
No,
wow,
never.
Okay.
I've never seen him grill.
Man, okay.
He's a DoorDash guy.
But totally. Or he'll tell one of the boys, now that they both drive.
Yeah.
Guys,
hey, run to the store and grab me some ribs.
By the way,
he looks beautiful. He's tall, blonde, blue-eyed.
Thank you.
Thank
you. I thought you were talking about me. By the way, this D&K Appliances for the sales rep.
Pull this air check home.
Send this air check to him, okay?
All right. Don't say we never did anything for you.
Yeah.
Remember me at Christmas, too.
But, Nick, nobody will be grilling today. Will they be for the weekend with this forecast?
Oh, the grills will be out for the weekend, Dawn. It's 53 right now. It's only going to go up another degree. Showers throughout the day. But bust out the grills, baby. Friday, 64 and cloudy. 65 and Saturday. 65 and sunny on Saturday. 70 and sunny on Sunday. And then 75. That's probably the sweet spot, the perfect number on Monday for Memorial Day. All brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right, coming up next, 70% of Americans do this. We will tell you what it is on the other side. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. We've started with Crash Proof in 2024. Our concern with the stock market is the ups and downs of the market itself. Tomorrow you could crash and you could lose it all.
It's nice to know that we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the Crash Proof retirement system, we know that our money is safe and the interest we earn through Crash Proof is protected as well.
There was no fees taken out of what we made and there was no downside.
Crash Proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
In an ever-changing world, it's crucial to shield your retirement future from market drops. Discover how the exclusive Crash Proof retirement system can help shield your retirement and protect every penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-280-2424. 800-280-2424. That's 800-280-2424.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million luxury and overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million luxury and overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Father's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for dads and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Something amazing is happening here. Scientists are using AI to study how whales talk to each other. CDW experts can give researchers the power to process complex data with HP workstations, advanced by AMD Ryzen Threadripper Pro processors. With easier handling of AI workloads, your organization can bring powerful insights to the surface. Make amazing happen. HP, AMD, and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/HPAMD.
At United Tire and Service, they take care of more than just your car. They support your community. That's why this May, they're proud to partner with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Whether you need service or not, stop by your local United Tire location and make a donation, because United Tire will match your gift dollar for dollar to help bring hope, healing, and brighter days to local children and their families. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Find your nearest location at unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We're kicking off summer with a sure tradition with Dom Giordano live from the Frank S. Farley Plaza on the AC Expressway. Stop by tomorrow, noon till 3. Great fun and giveaways, food trucks, vintage cars, a petting zoo, and more. Plus, it's Free Toll Friday from 4 to 5 p.m. Chickies and Pete's, home of the world-famous crab fries, will pay your eastbound Egg Harbor toll. Kick off summer and head down the shore with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company. Free Fry Friday, yeah? Nice to see Pete yesterday as well. You know, for a man that invented the crab fry and all those great foods and items that will kill you, he sure looks in great shape. I got to tell you, if I was Pete and I worked in the crab fry industry, I would not look as good as he does. I look like I eat a lot of crab fries, don't I?
Stop. I know, they're so good. Dip that cheesy dip in there.
Yeah. Little Old Bay. A little extra. I go heavy on the Old Bay. Big Old Bay guy. Big Old Bay guy. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up in just about 10 minutes here. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on this Thursday morning. All right, so let's get down to the workplace conversation, which I think is always an interesting thing to chop up amongst the people. And I don't know if you guys have seen this. These videos that are going viral on social media with the use of artificial intelligence, where you take whatever person you want to take with whatever they've said, you can manipulate what they say and then make them look like a baby. And I've seen baby Elon Musk. I've seen baby Joe Biden.
Yeah, I love these.
These are so good. Anytime somebody tweets them out, I just have to watch every one of them. But I think playing this one makes sense to lead into the conversation that we have about Americans checking out mentally at work. Phil, let's hear from baby Donald Trump, if you will.
Americans are getting lazy. Too many holidays. Too much Netflix. Not enough work. You wonder why the country's slipping? Because half the nation thinks self-care means staying home on government checks. When I was in charge, we worked. We won. Now it's Mental Health Monday, Taco Tuesday, and no one shows up on Friday. You want America to be great again? Try showing up 5 days in a row.
Yes, try showing up 5 days in a row, you leeches. Directly from the mouth of Baby 47 right there. 70% of Americans, this is studyfinds.org, 70% of Americans now mentally clock out of work 3 days before taking vacation. They write, according to research conducted by Talker Research and commissioned by Cheap Caribbean, more than half, 59% of Americans, are already mentally out of the office before they even write that automated email response. For the 47% of employed respondents who admit they struggle to focus before vacation, this pre-trip mental drift represents a common workplace phenomenon that employers might want to note. The widespread experience of checking out early comes amid troubling signs of workplace fatigue. A substantial 75% of workers reported recently experiencing mental fog at work, suggesting many Americans are operating at diminished capacity due to burnout. Quote, taking time off to relax and recharge is so important, said Dana Studebaker, the vice president of marketing consumer brands for Cheap Caribbean. Quote, whether it's lounging on a beach, we call that Bidening, or exploring a new destination, vacations let you reset and come back with a fresh perspective. The survey identified clear warning signs that signal when time off is desperately needed. Feeling burnout led the way at 62%, followed by catching yourself daydreaming about escaping, 45%, and becoming irritable with others, 44%. Physical symptoms also emerged as key indicators, with 39% reporting persistent fatigue regardless of sleep duration, and 35% experiencing low energy even during the weekends. You know, this is something that I have been pointing out in my life, professionally, personally, for 15, 20 years. I always bring up Thanksgiving, right? Everybody takes off the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. You get Black Friday usually at most jobs. Then they want to stretch it to Monday. And then it became, well, let's get out of here, half day on Tuesday. And now Tuesday's out. And then they just take the whole week. You know, I'm going to stand up for the Dawn Stenslins of the world that put in 30 hours of broadcasting excellence a week. The Dom Giordano's, who have more sick time than a teacher who never takes a day off in 30 years. Myself, I feel guilty as hell taking off when I'm puking or I've got the coming out the other end doing morning radio. If this happens at 1:45 in the morning, there's no bailout for me. What are we going to get in 4 hours' time? You come in, you sludge through, you suck it up, and you work. These people, and you know what it is? It's the office people. It's not the laborer out there. It's not the construction guy. It's not the guy on scaffolding. It's not the guy that's rebuilding entire buildings in 3 years. It's not cops. It's not firefighters. It's not first responders. It's these little office weasels with their long email signatures that sit around with their AirPods in. Here's what I would do, Dawn. If I was the CEO of a company and it's my operation, I would say every Friday, I want to see your personal phones. I want to see your devices. And I want to see how much time you spent on Facebook, Amazon, Temu, Instagram.
Can I do this with you?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
How much time you spent on Twitter?
Yes, because
Okay.
it's job related.
Okay.
Professionally related.
Well, they could
That's
claim
the
the same
story.
thing.
A sales rep watching baby Trump on Facebook at 9:46 on the clock, out, gone.
Well, legally, any employer has the right to monitor what their employees are doing.
That's exactly why I would do it. I'd give you one opportunity. If I find out you're social mediaing or shopping
maybe
online while you're on the clock, you will have your phone confiscated. You will put it in a bin upon arriving, and you can pick it up on the way out. And I don't want to hear, oh, my kid could be this, or I've got special circumstances. It's not my problem. I'm paying you to work. Work. This, which, by the way, now I'll stop being old man and get off my lawn.
Yeah.
I will say this. If you can pull off the efficiency and still get results in a 32-hour work week as opposed to 40, I'm okay with that. I'm also okay, and I might contradict myself a little bit, but I'm going to give you the math here. I would be in favor of 4 10-hour work days with 3-day weekends.
Josh brings up a good point on YouTube.
What?
How about watching Kayal and Company on YouTube while at work?
Totally acceptable. And if your boss has an issue with it, tell him to call in.
Because you're multitasking.
That's correct.
Okay.
You're not consumed with
All
it.
right, you
You're
too.
doing your thing, and it actually keeps you sane at work.
Yeah.
Yes.
From what you've told us.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, mental 75% of people with mental fog. Now, like, here's the other thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Are they hungover? Like, what? What?
Life is just too much for them to handle.
Bryn Mawr Builders brings up a great point. Nick checks out every day at 9:38 a.m. You're 100% right. You start packing up at 9:41. You're
never.
100%. Bryn Mawr Builders, thank you very much. You're 100%
ever.
right. We can see you on YouTube.
Physically packing up my stuff.
Who
is
are you
not
talking
mentally
about?
Checking out. It's not checking out mentally.
Okay.
When am I never not paying attention on this show? I am so laser focused from first tip to the final whistle that I need a 2-hour nap to recharge.
Oh, stop.
I'm like a bad EV. I only have so much electricity, and then you got to go find me a charging port.
Yeah.
That's a good one. You're like a bad EV.
I'm like a bad EV.
Mary says it started with Casual Friday and went downhill from there.
I have no problem with casual dress codes. As long as you perform, that's all that matters. If you want to wear a button up, or if you want to wear a golf polo as opposed to a suit, if you want to wear a sweatshirt. I love the casual atmosphere we have is in this building. That it's not so stuffy. Not everybody has to be in a suit. Not everybody's in those little isolated, boxed out cubicles. It's more casual, open space. I think that creates a better work environment and a better work dynamic. But the sheer volume of people that are just not operating at peak efficiency. And I will say, like, I think all of us here are very fortunate that we do what we love to do, right?
Yeah.
And I'm a firm believer, having been out of radio and having to had a real job, that I hated those jobs. And I'm not wired to work. So kudos to anybody that works for 40 years doing what they hate because it pays the bills. But man, 75% of people at work in a mental fog on a daily basis, that just, I think, speaks to the passion that's very few people have fulfillment-wise for what they do for a living.
Yeah.
Just my thoughts.
No, I mean, I think you nailed it when you said we love what we do for a living.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of it. But also, I think what we all have in common is that it's not all about each of us. There's a feeling of, hey, we're doing something that's meaningful, and it's all about the news, the information. And so I think, to your point, Nick, it's that the individuals doing this, they are so focused and obsessed with themselves,
Mm-hmm.
the selfie age, if you will, the selfie generation,
right?
That they're not satisfied, because the way you're satisfied is to live a purpose-driven life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my dad instilled this into me at a very early age. I was probably in 6th, maybe 7th grade, and he just kept telling me, get good grades in school, go to college, and get a good job, and find something you love to do, or you are going to be miserable. And he knew my personality. He knew, I hated taking out the garbage. Like, he knew what I love, I'm all in on, and if I don't have an interest in it, man, I do not have an interest in it. I am the worst event worker for my mother-in-law with concessions and catering. If you ever see me in the summer at Music Fest in Bethlehem in that second week of August, I want to put a gun in my mouth. It is the worst. It is the worst.
Okay, wait. Are you doing this year?
I do it every year.
Can we all show up?
I do it every year. I got jock itch.
Come on.
Dawn wants to see Nick put a gun in his mouth. I think that's what we've.
I go home. I get the green bottle of the Gold Bond medicated powder.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
But now she's doing something. Your in-laws are doing something really nice. So you.
Yeah, I got to live with them for 7 weeks, then work that god awful event, just to get to my finish line.
Oh my God.
The sacrifices that you have to make in this lifetime.
Well, your parents are in heaven looking down on you, and they're so proud of you. So,
My dad's like, well, you dial back that bourbon, bud. Haven't you learned anything yet?
Oh,
not really.
Yeah, not really.
We could all show up.
I'm not super proud of you.
No.
We could all show up and say to your in-laws, thank you. Thank you so much for all you're doing. And Nick speaks so highly of you and is great. We could help.
My mom's looking down at me. He became a Republican.
All right, let's do this.
Cut
What's on the cut sheet?
I I was told yesterday by our great director of sales, Dave Skopinich, told me, I just asked one thing. Can you please get to the cut sheet on time? 7:45. That's all I ask. Because it's, he wants to start his drive. I think he starts his drive at 7:45. He wants to start it with the cut sheet.
Okay.
So, Dave Skopinich, this is for you.
This is for you, bud.
Hopefully you're not listening to the camera. What's the cut sheet on this Thursday? Brought to you by Rita's Italian Ice. Rita's is making waves with new Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Fin Ice. Oh, yeah. With a fun mix of tropical fruit flavor in every bite. It's the must-try treat of the summer. Don't wait. Try Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Fin Ice at Rita's today. Be cool at Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for sponsoring, being a lovely sponsor of What's on the Cut Sheet on this Thursday edition, my last edition of the week.
Which means I've got to anchor this bad boy tomorrow.
I'll give it to you and Farish and Stensland tomorrow. Don't crash the car.
I try not to, man. It's rough.
New Jersey Democrat LaMonica McIver.
I like to call her MacGyver.
She was on CNN last night, and they asked her a question about facing federal charges. Are you afraid of what's going to transpire now? Do you guys want to hear what her response was?
Oh, I'm sure it's enlightening.
Roll it.
Congresswoman, you are now facing a federal charge, though. Are you afraid of what's going to transpire now?
You fight on, you fight on, you fight on, you fight on. When your government is doing you wrong, you fight on, oh, you fight on.
I thought, guys, honest to God, I thought that was AI. That was a bit.
Kate Boldan was not too enamored with that response. She did not see that one coming, did she?
Wow. Nobody did.
Nobody.
Kate's like thinking, oh, God.
Wow.
No.
Her eyes.
What a nut job.
Where did this see? Because normally we see it from white protesters, white liberal protesters for stupid causes that they're on an 80-20 losing issue, and they're singing these cringe chants. Where did this emanate from?
I don't know.
When did this become a thing? Who originated the singing protest in 2025? We've seen it at Tesla dealerships. We've seen it on the steps of government buildings. Now we get it on live TV.
What if you're the anchor? What do you do? Be like, shut up!
Shut up! If I'm the boss of CNN, I'm like, well, that's the most interesting thing we've done on this network in years.
Good point. And like, and the anchor just has to kind of sit there. She's like, is this ending anytime soon?
Well, granted, that's her normal stoic face anyway.
Oh
so
my God,
she stayed in character.
Oh,
yeah.
they've lost their minds.
Yeah.
They've lost their minds.
I mean, she doesn't even laugh, even because she's on, I think, at the time where they usually trot out my boy Harry Enton, which, by the way, I haven't used a Harry Enton data clip for a while. Yeah. Might have to work in Harry tomorrow on the big take if there's anything worth noting. Even when Harry Enton's doing his little goofy Joe DeCamera impression, she never laughs at anything. You can't get that girl to crack a smile for anything.
Man.
But did she ask, McIver about the video that shows her, sure looks on the video as if she's assaulting uniformed law enforcement.
Yeah.
What about that?
Clearly, she knows she's guilty because she's singing instead of saying, I did not do this. Well, no, there's video of you doing it, sweetie.
I think there's two guarantees here. 100% guarantee she committed assault. 100% certainty she will never face justice.
Well, Tom Homan commented on this yesterday. Cut 2.
She claimed she was there on oversight. We open facilities of oversight every day across this country. There are, all you have to do is show up to the facility in a professional manner and request a visit. Go through screening and go see it. We are proud of that facility. I want everybody to go look at it. Maybe all the false narrative will stop about how ICE's detention standards are just so terrible. But she shoved an officer, she put hands on her officer. That's unacceptable. These ICE officers, and when you cause a ruckus like that, then that makes that facility unsecure, because officers who should be dealing with the prisoners, very serious prisoners, criminals in that facility, they're dealing with the ruckus outside. It makes the facility unsafe. It's unsafe for the officers, and it's unsafe for the general public. We take the security of those facilities very seriously. She knows how to do oversight. You go there and request to look at it. Don't barge your way in. And regardless of what happens, you don't put hands and you don't shove an ICE officer who's there to protect the facility and protect the public from the people in that facility.
I heard a ruckus. What was that ruckus? Breakfast Club line. By the way, ruckus, a totally underrated word that we need to bring back to our vernacular. If Tom Homan was calling all the shots, I think she would be taken to justice. She would be prosecuted fullest extent of the law, found guilty of whatever, and the punishment imposed. I just don't believe that we have people that want to do as much to the Democrats as the Democrats want to do to Republicans. Democrats are just savages. They don't care. For some reason, I still have a doubt in my mind that we have the backbone to fight back and fire with fire. But I'll tell you what, here's what we should do, in all seriousness. Kayal and Company road trip to Delaney Hall ICE Detention Center.
Oh, boy.
Let's broadcast live. We'll do a morning remote from Newark, New Jersey. I think it would be a phenomenal day. Ratings bonanza. Let's see if we can line that up.
Do you want to go to Newark? I don't want to go to Newark.
Headlines from Newark Liberty Airport bracing for more delays.
Oh, what else is new?
This weekend, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, if you're flying anywhere this weekend, Godspeed.
Yeah.
I ain't flying anywhere anytime soon.
You think Sean Duffy? You think Sean Duffy's going to be able to enjoy his weekend?
Nope.
Speaking of Sean Duffy, I had this yesterday and I never got to it, so let me get to it now. This is, where are we here?
By the way, do people fly Memorial Day? I would
11.
figure that's more of a driving holiday, is it not?
Yeah, I don't know a lot of people that go. Well, maybe they do.
Yeah.
Transportation Secretary Duffy was with Elon Musk at the Tesla Gigafactory in Austin, Texas, to witness the future of autonomous vehicles. What do you guys think of autonomous vehicles?
The ones that drive themselves?
Yes.
I've said this before. I'm scared to death. I would never do it.
Roll a little bit of this video.
Right in Austin, Texas, at the Tesla factory here with Elon Musk. The great. Check this out. This is Optimus. Their new robot.
Look at that thing. Look at that thing.
We're here because we're thrilled about the future of autonomous vehicles. Tesla, one of the great companies that are evolving this technology. I think we want to be global leaders. Yeah. America wants to lead in this space compared to other places in the world. So we want to come down.
There's a lot of areas. Aside from Austin. I think there's an area in not Texas, Arizona, that has all those autonomous vehicles. And you literally go out, like you leave a bar, and it's instead of cabs, it's all just driverless vehicles.
They have them in Nashville.
Oh yeah,
yeah, they do. The last 2 years or so, I think, beginning of 2023 or late 2022, they started rolling out. Have any of you driven?
No.
Been a passenger in one?
No, I'm not 100%. I don't even like being in cars that other people drive. I trust myself more than anybody else.
Right.
I'm always the driver. Anytime I go anywhere, I don't like taking Ubers just because I don't trust other people.
Right. I just hate the smell of other people's vehicles when I get into an Uber.
I can't imagine getting into a car, and I'm going to sound like an old man here, but I can't imagine getting into a car with no driver.
No.
Yeah, here's the thing. We all love driving, but I believe someday that we will, just as we say to our kids, hey, you never knew a time when you weren't being tracked on a smartphone.
Yeah, I know.
We'll be saying someday, oh, back in the day, we could drive our own vehicle. So I think in part when you have people with disabilities or people who go out, and we talk about people who are inebriated, intoxicated with whatever medication or seizures or whatever. So there's the safety aspect of it and also the freedom aspect for people with disabilities, which is wonderful. But on the other hand, in general, robots driving big, huge semi-trucks is bothersome. Like, I would never want one of those semi-trucks, cross-country or whatever, without a human being in it to override if something goes wrong.
Well, you know what? Let me play devil's advocate, and I don't disagree with you, but just for the sake of conversation, with the amount of distracted drivers that we have today, with being on smartphones and
not wrong.
Bluetooth and making a rage video on TikTok about Trump because they can't wait till they get to their driveway. Are we sure that having the robots drive us isn't safer because they won't be distracted?
You're not wrong. You're
right?
not wrong.
Like I don't know. I'm scared of not having a human being in there. But the more I look at human beings that I don't trust, I'm like, you know what?
Guys, I'm telling you, if you've ever done this experiment, if you're doing it right now, if you're 756, if you're on 95 or Schuylkill, and you're kind of in slow traffic, which I'm sure there is a ton right now, just look next to you. Look in front of you. Nobody's paying attention. Everybody has their phone out.
Yep.
Nobody can just sit and listen to the radio or everybody's doing something else. It is so infuriating.
You think that I'm on social media a lot. I can tell you, if you saw in my house how often my wife and daughters have the phone in their hand. My wife, honest to God, she is text messaging from the moment she is up till the moment she's in bed. And if it's not texting, it's playing that stupid game. What's that game that everybody is playing now on their phone? It's kind of like Tetris, but it's a modern version. And you just tap the different little boxes of colors and they drop down. I'm like, you have no attention. You need to be filled up mentally so much that you just can't do it. And by the way, when she's watching TV, she never watches TV without putting the phone down.
Oh boy.
How could? And I'm like, why am I forced to watch this? And granted, other TVs in the house, I get it. But, like, you're not even looking at the TV. She goes, I'm listening to it. While you're on your phone.
Oh, boy. Well, it must be a fun time.
And then my daughters. Honey, can you
wait till August, kids.
Can you grab a roll of toilet paper? She can't put the phone down at the dining room table to grab the roll of toilet paper to slide the door open to Dad, who's on the throne with no help. And could you not have just put the phone down for the 8 seconds it took you to do this? It doesn't need to be there. Carrying in the groceries, bag of bread with eggs. The phone's got to be in the hand.
You don't keep extra toilet paper in the bathroom?
Well, sometimes I do, but that second barrel goes by and you don't realize it. I don't do it. I do a full 20-point inspection before I sit down.
Plus, he lives in a house with all females.
Yes.
So I will, in his defense.
Folks, you have no idea what I deal with.
Oh, my Lord.
But the dog is a male.
He identifies as a male.
Trans.
Oh, my God.
The trans lab.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, a little bit more of this, the autonomous vehicles.
Technology, see what Elon's doing, Tesla's doing. So it wasn't just cars, it's dancing robots as well.
Yes, a natural extension. You can think of the car as a robot on wheels, and this is a robot with arms and legs. But the same basic technology is going. Electric motors, batteries.
Look at this.
AI, vision.
America's going to change. Our technology is going to change. And a lot of people think of us at DOT as people that wear hard hats and in construction vests. We're at the forefront of making sure American innovation leads the world. And getting the rules right as we do that is critically important. Again, safety is key, but putting things at the right speed, not too fast and not too slow, but let innovators innovate. Yeah. And again, that's what Elon's doing, and that's where we came out.
Wow. I mean, a lot of these, I think ipso facto in the YouTube chat says a lot of the places where they're rolling out these autonomous vehicles or autonomous vehicle zones are cities that were kind of developed around things that aren't as compact as Philadelphia, New York, Los Angeles, you know what I mean? Like where there's so much traffic.
I've seen them in Austin. I've seen them in Nashville and Charlotte.
Is Nashville like a walking city? Do a lot of people walk?
And it's a scooter city as well.
Okay, yeah.
All these dopes went around, and they just leave the scooter everywhere.
Dummy hipsters.
Yes. You're going to see a lot of this in the trendy, up-and-coming bougie cities.
Yeah.
A lot of the blue cities and red states.
Phil, put up a poll on YouTube, if you will. Driverless cars, yay or nay? Yay or nay, driverless cars?
I will say I trust the driverless car more than I do that robot that was next to Sean and Elon.
How are you voting on this, Nick Kayal? Are you saying yay or nay?
I am going to... could we leave open for discussion as a third option?
No, yay or nay? Come on.
You know what? Based on the devil's advocate thing of how distracted humans are, all right, I'm in. I'll give it a shot.
So you're saying yes?
Yes.
All right.
I'll do it. As soon as I can do it one time, I will do it and I'll report back.
Dawn, are you saying yay or nay?
As Tesla begins the test run of its self-driving taxi service in Austin, Texas next month, I'm going to say it's an inevitable reality. It's happening.
Yeah. No, yeah, of course.
It's happening, right? Before our eyes. Hundreds of thousands of these are going to be on the roads, and they're saying as early as next year.
Question is for me, because I'm always looking at it because I'm financially cheap. What's going to be cheaper for me? The cab, the Uber driver, or the self-driving car? I mean, if I can get from point A to point B for $50 with Uber, but the self-driving thing is $75, well, then I'm taking the $50 one.
Crow Talking on YouTube says most drivers are driving on autopilot while using social media on their phones. Robots are safer.
Yep.
Probably so, but I never want to give up that freedom.
Me too.
To drive my vehicle.
I love it.
I love to drive.
Oh, yeah.
Me too.
I'm never giving up a vehicle. But I'll tell you what. You say you love driving. I don't love driving.
You don't?
I mean, it's just in the basic, essentially a necessity. I know you could take public transportation, but I'm not in love with driving.
I got to tell you guys, I'm probably too old and too responsible for this now, but a big part of me is regretting that I didn't do this when I was younger and I didn't have responsibilities. Just get in the car and drive. Drive across the country. I plan on doing that when I retire or, sometime. But just having no destination, having no place to go, just staying in cheap motels, seeing a bunch of places, I should have done that while I had the chance.
I mean, there was a time when I was 16, 18, 21, 23 where I would just drive around just for the freedom of it.
Yeah.
But now at 41, I drive because I have to take the girls to dance or I have to drive
It's a
to the golf.
responsibility. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Fairly recently, you kind of did that, Nick, when you drove the U-Haul with the dog in it.
Legendary moment. Once again, I proved everybody wrong. That's all I do.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Vote right now. Driverless cars, yes or no. No's are winning right now, 70%. Wow.
I think it's the love of driving and the fear that they're going to take that freedom away from us.
If you want to upset this, upset the apple cart, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Vote now.
855-839-1210. Let's get a call here as we continue in the cut sheet. Mark is in Philadelphia. Mark, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Hey, Nick, it must be the Kristen thing because my Kristen does the same thing. She'll go to bed with the phone on. I wake up in the morning, it's like the phone's on. It's like, did you ever even go to bed? And also another thing, as far as a carless driver, I think it'll be good for trucks, but not for cars because the finger won't be effective with a driverless car. Like when you throw the finger and you yell at it. So. See you guys.
All right, Mark. There he is.
I saw that yesterday, merging onto 676 out here by 30th Street Station, which is every day it's a disaster.
It is.
Nobody can merge.
None.
Can people merge, please?
I know.
Oh my God! It's like it's never, and nobody obeys the common courtesy of one car, then another car, then another car. Everybody's like right up on you.
Yeah.
And by the way, the ones doing that always women.
Yeah.
Always women. Mm-hmm. The guys are the ones that are polite.
Yep.
The women with their big dumb white SUVs.
Yep.
They can barely see over the steering wheel. Yep. They're right on your butt, and they're like, "Nope, you're not getting in."
Yep.
F you.
Probably named Kristen. Chris in Malvern is next on this topic. Chris, you go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm conjuring the movie Total Recall, where the taxi cab has a humanoid robot.
100%.
Yeah.
Or Minority Report.
Yeah, 1990 Total Recall, way ahead of the curve, by the way. Way ahead of the curve. It was.
Yeah, hard to believe, 35 years ago.
You're 100% right.
Good job,
100%
Chris.
right. Good
Yep.
job, Chris. Speaking of AI and robots, Pace University was seen using the technology during the commencement ceremony. They AI, you know how they, Nicholas Kayal, Dawn Stensley, you know how they do, they announce and everybody comes out. Now you go up to the podium, you scan your phone, and AI announces your name.
No.
Yeah, watch this. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. And by the way, sounds exactly like a human.
Kelly Danko. Sophia Cicero.
Oh my God. He has like one of those scanners.
Emily Acosta.
Like he's at Sam's Club.
Yeah, yes, it's exactly.
Sabrina Alley. Jeremy Brosnan.
This one's not working.
Hayden Tops.
There we go. What? I mean,
Caitlin Egan.
no hard names yet. but
Sierra Janes.
What do they do if it's like a really hard name?
Haley Vitale.
Oh, there you go.
Oh my God.
You notice the emphasis on
Shania Blackwell.
Go back to Vitali. It was a little AI Italian there. Did you notice the little twang attached to that?
But the last girl was Shania, and they said Shania, like Shania Twain.
Shania Twain.
But her name was Shanya. It was not Shania.
Yeah.
What do we think about this?
I would be pissed as a graduate. I had to pay $37,000 a year, and you can't get a person up there for $25 an hour to shout my name. You had to resort to the robot.
Now, if somehow they had a thing where they were looking at the QR code, and you hear the student saying their name, that would be cool. You hear the student say their own name in their voice, and it's like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That would be pretty cool.
By the way, Pace Universities told us it was AI. They said you had to phonetically spell your name, and then it instantly generated audio for the preview.
Oh.
So they previewed it first. So like you would write out, Greg Stocker, which is not hard to spell, and then you would hear a preview.
Okay.
And if it was wrong, if it was a wrong pronunciation, then you could go back and correct it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Amazing. It sounds like something Odyssey would do, does it not? You walk into the hub and there's like an AI thing scoping it. She's there scanning QR codes.
I don't know why you go that way.
This is a very interesting position we are in where everything is trending. And I think we had this conversation last night with the AI.
Mm-hmm.
What company was here that we were talking to, Dawn? It was you, it was Dom, it was myself, and was it
what were you talking about?
About artificial intelligence, and they're going to take over the FM DJs and music people will be out of work.
Well, they're already doing that.
Was it Harmelin Media that was here? There was some company, I
Yes.
forget. Somehow we got on the topic of AI. And then I think you were like, but they can never replace the talk show host.
No, they absolutely can, guys. They
Well,
absolutely can.
I don't think they could replace.
Of course they could.
Local news and talk, opinion.
Of course they can. Of course they can. I mean, somebody's gonna have to write a script.
Right, well then it's not authentic.
But then you can. Well, I mean, we basically, people want to go and hear what they believe anyway. So if you program in, give me anti-Trump rhetoric, something will spit it out for you. Or give me pro-Trump rhetoric, something will spit it out for you.
I've got to defend this show, and I've got to defend us, and I've got to defend myself.
Yep.
There's no AI out there that can predict what I'm going to say on a daily basis, because just when you think I might give Trump or his administration credit for something, I call into question somebody like Pete Hegseth or Dan Bongino. So the AI, you ain't got nothing on me, man, and you ain't coming for my job. You can't do it. Music is predictable because you can program somebody to say,
"Don't tempt me."
We've got 7 more minutes coming up of Shania Twain and Taylor Swift.
Think about how innovative I am with this radio station. First to do YouTube, and now all these Johnny-come-latelys are doing it. Yeah, I'm talking to you, WIP. All these Johnny-come-latelies doing it now. To have the first morning show that's all AI.
Dawn, basically what Stocker just said is if AI can come cheaper at the same results, we are disposable. That's what that was.
But you must think that once you bring that artificial intelligence in, it will find a way to replace you. And that's the real question.
Me.
Bots eat
you
bots.
being the brand
That's right.
manager.
Oh, of course. Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
also is it an existential threat? In
Well,
other
that's-
words, what if AI figures out we the humans who are so primitive, and tribal, maybe we're part of the problem. And then they say, we got to get rid of these humans. I mean, that's where it could end up.
By the way, you're 100% right. Brand managers will be replaced by AI, which is why I keep my toe dipped in the water of morning broadcasting, just so they say, well, look, I'm doing two jobs here, so you can't, like, if you want to take those program director job responsibilities away from me, I'm fine with that. So one more, we're in the graduation season, so there's a theme today to this for the cut sheet. McCallie School in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Do you know where this is, Nick Kayal?
I've been to Chattanooga, but never heard of the school.
High school graduates did a very cool thing, and you know me, I don't get sentimental. I'm a
cold-hearted.
I'm a heartless bastard.
Yes, you are.
They did a thing that was very cool. They taped themselves in 6th grade, asking themselves in 12th grade questions. And then when they graduated, they went back, they watched the videos, and they answered the question from their sixth grade self.
I kind of like that.
That's very cool.
It is.
Very cool. This happened in Chattanooga, but there is a Philly reference in here.
This kid actually looks like me as a 6th grader.
This is an all-boys boarding school.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't me then.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT to see this video. It's a very, very, very cool thing. Nick, for those stuck in traffic and not driving, comment along.
Hey, Cannon, this is your 6th grade self. Remember me? I've got a few questions for you.
Hey, Will, this is your 6th grade self. I got a few questions for you.
So they're sitting down.
Hi, Nikinji, this is your 6th grade self. You remember me? I have a few questions for you. Hey, Christian, this is your 6th grade self, and I gotta ask you a few questions.
Let me just stop it for a second. Like these like time capsule things are like we've been doing this for 40 years.
Yeah, this is nothing new.
But to have video of this and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
And be able to superimpose it together is so cool.
Yeah, sometimes have you ever read the letters that your younger self or older self wrote to your younger self on how if you could redo your life and all that?
Mm-hmm.
Always very interesting perspectives.
This is what we don't have video, but my kids, their teachers, since they were about 3rd grade, they would write a letter to themselves in 3rd grade, right around 6th grade, 8th grade graduation, and then freshman year. They would have them write a letter to themselves, seal it up, and they said at some point, read it.
Yeah.
But this is amazing to have a video.
I'm going to record one of myself at 41, and then I'm going to have my wife or my daughters play it back at 61 when I'm on my deathbed.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT if you want to see this video.
Nick, have your daughters record your daughters now.
I agree.
It's a good point.
Record your little girls.
You know what? Yeah.
What's 6th grade? That's what age?
12-ish?
12. So yeah.
But do this now. Record them
100%.
now.
Yeah.
And then, because I think it's also a great talking point for your kids to just remind them of all their dreams.
Yeah. Good point.
All right. Keep going, Philip.
Hey, Ward, this is your 6th grade self. I've got a few questions for you.
Is your favorite hobby still solving a Rubik's Cube, just like me?
I thought it was so tough for being able to do that back in the day.
Hey, Ward, is your favorite food still Mexican?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Chipotle, for sure. Taco Mamacita.
Is your favorite movie still The Waterboy?
My favorite movie definitely is still The Waterboy. 100%. It's a classic.
Is your favorite subject world history, or is it math and science?
Not world history anymore. I'm a science guy now.
Also, what is your favorite sport? Is it still soccer?
The stutter is crazy. No, football, definitely. Go Birds.
Smart enough.
Is your favorite sport still basketball?
Yeah. My favorite sport is still basketball. I've loved it all through Macaulay. I love basketball.
Is your favorite movie still Star Wars?
My favorite movie is probably still Star Wars.
What is the biggest life lesson you have learned this far?
Try your hardest, no matter what. You'll feel bad if you didn't do it. You take enough AP classes and hard classes over the 4 years of high school, you'll realize what happens when you don't try hard, so you better do it. You'll end up doing it.
What is the biggest life lesson you've learned thus far?
Always be kind to others and always love others. Just treat your neighbor as you would as yourself.
What life advice would you have given me as a 6th grader?
Be
Cut
kind
your hair.
to everyone. Every time you can. You don't get a chance to take things back or do things differently. So try to do it in the best way you can. That's all you can do.
I think the biggest thing that I'll take away from Macaulay is that reaching out to people is probably the most important step you can take to building friendships, building a career, building all sorts of things in life.
Macaulay really flies by. You don't really expect it, but it really does. It's crazy that 7 years have flown by in a blink of an eye.
The thing I'm going to miss most about Macaulay is being with this group of guys, some of the guys I've been with for 7 years, and it's just a special relationship. I think I'll miss the people I'm here with the most.
I'm absolutely going to miss the brotherhood, just how everybody is united. You can't see that anywhere else. This is the place where it's definitely alive.
There we go.
Oh, my God.
That's what happens when you don't surround yourself with females at school for 7 years. You take AP classes.
What a wonderful school and what a great idea.
How about that? Go Birds in there.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that's what like when I heard that, I was like, is this a local school? Nope, Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Yeah.
So good for that kid.
There you go.
I just think this is like, so much on the cut sheet. We play things and mock it and stuff, and I just thought it's a good way to,
Yeah,
that's a feel-good story.
By the way, the redhead that is a big science guy, there's your future director of the NIH one day.
Yep. Senator Marco Rubio also testified again yesterday. And just like completely, this whole thing with protesting on campuses and student visas, the Democrats just cannot let this go. But he had a good response, shutting the entire thing down. Roll it.
So you revoked her student visa based on an op-ed which trumps the Supreme law of the land, which is the Constitution.
Someone's coming up here to stir up problems on our campus. We're going to revoke their visa.
She didn't do any of that. She wrote an op-ed.
Well,
she
that's
wrote
what
an
she
op-ed,
claimed.
and I'm talking to you about her particular
That's
case.
claims and your claims. Those are not the facts.
You reclaiming my time. You revoked her student visa
Yes,
because
proudly.
she wrote an op-ed.
And
Would
we'll
you
do more. We're
revoke?
gonna do more of
I
them.
have another question for you. Would you revoke the?
Jaya Paul is no match for Marco Rubio, and not many people are. You know what? The power rankings will come out on Tuesday. Rubio might be all the way up to number 2 right now. Behind Homan.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've been telling you guys. You were like, no.
I mean,
well,
Little
power
Marco.
rankings on the position he's in now versus whether or not he's very capable of being the president. Two different things for me.
True.
Two different things for me. But he's been pretty damn good.
Impressive.
He is. Which is an amazing flip from 8 years ago. Remember the days of Little Marco, and he was kind of mocked, and now he is just. I mean, he's a combination of very elegant, very articulate, but he does have a little bit of, temper to him, right? He's got a little bit of that Latino heat. You know what I'm saying? But he's not like milquetoast bland. He's not Scott Bessent boring, but he's also not bombastic. But he's got that. If you get him going, he can rev up the engine a little bit. I like that.
And to your point, I almost feel like we've watched. You just came from the all-boys boarding school in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
After seeing Jaya Paul, I want to go back to the boarding school. Physically, personally, myself.
But I feel in many ways this administration, you saw all of these different individuals duking it out on that stage back in whatever it was, back in the day in 2015, and how it's almost like they were 8th graders and literally calling each other, the Trump famous names, Little Marco, this one, low energy, whatever. And so now they've sort of like graduated. You've seen the entire Republican Party evolve through this and take it to the next level now with this administration. And so you feel sort of invested in all these people. You know these people.
Well, and also I think some of them are just because I think a lot of them are frauds on both sides. Some of them I do think are just playing along because that's the script and the game
like
plan
who?
that Trump, maybe even Rubio to a mild extent.
Yep.
There's always this swampish weasel.
He's auditioning.
Or it could be a revelation that, hey, the Republican Party is never going back to what it used to be. This is the Republican Party. So either fall in line with the agenda or you're going to be on the outs.
You don't think if Marco Rubio steps out of line, the Little Marco thing is not going to, he's a total loser. We never liked him. You don't think that's all coming back out? Of course it will. We just all like him now because he's
doing a good job
playing the game. Yeah,
well,
sure.
But the thing is, he is doing an effective job.
Yeah,
he's doing his job.
You can tell that he's fighting for the agenda, right? Like this is what Trump wants to impose. These are his plans. This is his vision. This is his policy.
Yeah.
And he's going to bat with 100% effort to achieve those results.
With 2028 in mind.
Sure, absolutely. They have all got their own vested interests, skin in the game, reason for doing what they're doing, no doubt.
Speaking of student visas and commencements, Columbia University's president spoke during the commencement and defended ex-student Muhammad Khalil.
Oh, he's back in the news.
In the commencement. By the way, the graduates booed her for this. Amazing piece of audio. Cut 5. Roll it.
And let me also say that we firmly believe that our international students have the same rights to freedom of speech as everyone else.
Wow.
Not be targeted by the government for exercising that right.
That gives me faith.
And let me also say,
what do you guys think about that?
Many in our community today
That gives me faith.
are mourning the absence of our graduate, Mahmoud Khalil.
I mean, there's a few cheers, but a few more, like a lot more boos.
Drowned her out.
Yeah. I'm sure if you polled every student on every Ivy League campus, the majority are pro-Israel, not pro-Gaza. Whether that's 51% or 72%, I don't know.
Do you really think that?
Yeah.
Wow.
And the reason I'm saying that is we just saw, I think, Dawn, you sent us in the group text yesterday with Swarthmore, of the 9 arrested for the pro-Gaza protests, only 1 was a registered student. So my gut feeling is whether it's Columbia, Harvard, Yale, Brown, Dartmouth, Penn, you name it, Temple, I know that's on Ivy League, but any of these campuses that we've seen it's probably more non-students versus students. And 250 students doesn't necessarily speak for 37,000 that are enrolled, right?
Yeah.
That's my guess.
Yeah, that video shocked me because I really believe that it was the majority of, especially Columbia. You know what I mean? I thought it was the majority of those students. But hey, look, there is hope. There is hope. Jake Tapper still on his book tour. He called. So this is an amazing piece of audio. This is cut 20. He was on with Morning Joe yesterday.
Oh no. Wait, and Jake and Joe on MSNBC.
And he does this amazing thing where, remember when Joe Scarborough said that Joe Biden was the best Joe Biden ever? You've mentioned that many times. Big takes and yes.
Hey, real quick on a side note, are you surprised that MSNBC would allow a competing?
No, they do it all the time. Brian Stelter was on MSNBC when he was doing book tours.
All right.
Yeah, when you do a book tour, you can go on any, like they give you leeway to go on any channel you want to.
Okay.
I'm sure he'll do Fox. Actually, I think he did do Fox. I think he did Brett Baer.
Yeah, I can see that being the spot for it.
Yeah. Anyway, in the book, apparently, Jake Tapper claims that Joe Biden thought so highly of Joe Scarborough that he actually went on and he made sure that he had the best version of himself to show to Joe Biden, to Joe Scarborough. Does that make sense to you?
So Joe Biden loves Joe Scarborough so much that he wanted to be on his A game for his...
So he could tell the people that watch the show that it's the best Joe Biden I've ever seen. Oh, this according to Jake Tapper.
Okay.
He thought so highly of Joe Scarborough that he did this. Roll this amazing piece of audio.
If you're around a guy for hours and hours and hours, I guess the question is, what's the takeaway here? What did you learn? Because did you pick it up in real time?
So, I saw what everybody else saw.
One day,
right?
Alex
I saw what everybody else saw, the stumbles in front of the camera and that. But I saw him in person for the State of the Union luncheon that they do with anchors in early 2023, and then I didn't see him in person. Other than that, I will say 2 things. One of them is there were more moments of non-functioning Biden behind the scenes than we were privy to, that we saw than what we saw. If there are 2 Joe Bidens, there's the one that you saw that you just described, and then there's the one who's non-functioning, like what we saw at the debate night.
Pause for 1 second, just to comment on what he's saying here. So his excuse for covering all of this up is that, well, there's two different Joe Bidens. It was the ones that they kept hidden that we didn't see, that all the reporting is coming out now. And then there was the one that was out there that we all saw that was a good Joe Biden.
Okay, so can we then deduce that Joe was hopped up on something when he had his, quote, better or normal moments? I mean, because how can you be one thing behind the scenes and a completely different thing in front of the public and be that much different? And I'm not talking about putting on a suit or brushing your hair. I'm talking about the functional abilities.
The
Well, they called it sundowning or sundowners.
But the question I have is that how did so many of us see this, and these puppet heads were like, oh, well, the administration kept it hidden. No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
They didn't. We saw it.
Yeah, of course, it's all a lie. It's all a lie. It's grifting on behalf of him to protect him against Trump and to keep him in office. And now that it is indefensible, it's, hey, let's flip the narrative around here and we'll profit off of that. It's like betting on both teams.
Yeah.
You remember back in the day when you get these the phone calls from people trying to sell you sports betting picks? And here's the little secret to that. They have 20 phone numbers, right? They call Greg and 9 other guys and they say, bet the Phillies tonight. Then they call me and 9 other people and they say, bet the Rockies tonight. They're guaranteed to win. That's what they're doing.
All right, this is the part where Joe Biden thought so much of Joe Scarborough that he wanted to show him his best self. Roll it.
Can't follow his train of thought, can't come up with names, can't remember dates, what you listen to in the Her Report, or he's like unsure of when his son deployed, unsure of when his son died. Tragic stuff, but he really honestly doesn't know those dates. That non-functioning Biden reared his head more and more and more. Now, one thing, in your specific case, Joe, our reporting indicates that Joe Biden, who, as you know, is a frequent viewer of the show, saw when David Ignatius wrote that column in, I think, August 2023, saying that Joe Biden should not run for re-election because of what he had been hearing.
Right.
And he came on this show, and you guys had a robust conversation about this. You largely agreed that you'd been hearing things about this, but that there was really no alternative, that Kamala Harris was not up to the job. That's what Democrats were telling you behind the scenes. Joe Biden saw that. Joe Biden said to staffers that he wanted to convince you that you were wrong. And he focused on you like you were a constituency, like you were farmers in Iowa, like you were the Kiwanis Club in New Hampshire. And he made sure that you thought differently. He made sure that you thought differently. I think he did this with a couple people. I think he did it with Meacham. He might have done it with Evan Osnos. He knew that there were people that had to be convinced that he was fine. And he tried to prove that to you.
You know,
wow.
The levels to which they're going now to cover this story is the same effort and coordination that they had to try to keep this story covered up for the last 5 to 7 years. I just watched the Netflix documentary on bin Laden. This, and I'm going to use the 9/11 analogy, there were warning signs that 9/11 could happen. That's been proven. There are beliefs that 9/11 was allowed to happen to further a military agenda in the Middle East with Iraq, Afghanistan, so forth and so on. Then there is the 9/11 report, right? This feels like the same thing with Joe Biden, where the warning signs were there, it was ignored, you allowed this to get to this point, and now you're circling back and saying, well, after doing some deep soul searching, the warning signs and the writing on the wall was there. It's all coordinated garbage. And they're going to go through, I mean, they're sitting there on a round table of 6 people. Like they're trying to figure out how they just let the most unbelievable things slip past them. They all saw it.
Yeah.
This is actually more of a disservice to the American public than the initial cover-up. Acting like, well, according to our reporting and our sources indicated in 2023. Yeah, Mark Halperin said in 2017 this guy was a potato head. To me, it is the biggest political cover-up, short of somebody being killed or a terrorist attack. But from just a pure politician standpoint, in my lifetime, I've never seen anything like it.
I got to ask the question. I don't know what Jake Tapper is doing here? Because I said this yesterday. I've been saying this for a while. He's not making any fans by doing this. And if your job is to keep an audience on CNN, you're not super popular right now with the CNN crowd or the MSNBC crowd. And the Fox crowd thinks you're a phony piece of garbage.
And he was demoted, correct? He no longer does that 4 p.m. hour anymore. He's on in the morning now, isn't he?
No, he's on.
Was he later?
No, I don't think he was demoted. I think he got 2 extra hours.
Okay.
But
I know he's no longer in the same slot.
But my point is that if you're seeing if your job is to attract an audience and not just sell books, because, like, I hate to say it, but like the book thing is going to come and go, and you still have a career that you need to. So, like, what? I don't know what he accomplished by doing this.
It's almost as if he's trying to rationalize and kind of make an admission, like almost mitigate his damages as if he's in a court proceeding. It's almost like he feels like he could be sued for this, right? Like, you know how CBS and 60 Minutes and the whole thing with the Kamala interview? I mean, he's not going to face any legal consequences, criminally or civilly, but it's just like, I don't know what the PR strategy is with this.
In my opinion, he wants to sell this book, but remember, it was last fall, right before the November election, that there was word that Jake, as well as Wolf, their contracts were renewed. I don't know what the outs look like in that, but the report was, hey, take it or leave it. You get a new contract,
Interesting.
But no raises. I mean, granted, I think they make for Jake, I think he reportedly makes about $7 million a year. But all of these Lester Holt, Hoda Kotb, all these, different so-called mainstream media people, what we're seeing are these huge contracts. And I think that guys, the gravy days are over.
Oh, of course,
with
as they
dropping ratings,
should be.
right?
Yeah, I'm surprised it's taken TV this long to get to this point. To be honest,
well, local media came first. Nobody's making the money that they used to, and so we saw that happen even in major markets like Philadelphia. But then on top of it, the networks, it just took longer. But we're seeing it now in real time. To your point,
and nor should they make. I mean, I said this before. 75% of CNN's ad revenue comes from big pharma. And they don't have the audience ratings-wise, numbers-wise, to justify $7 million salaries. The only reason they get paid what they get paid is because Pfizer and these companies are running nonstop ads for arthritis and everything else under the sun that you can take. I mean, CNN's ratings, some of those shows are easily under 100,000 viewers a day. In a nation of 350 million people, there's a CNN show that's garnering 34,000 nightly viewers? 34,000?
Yeah.
Well, so think about what you're saying. At Fox, I think everybody is highly paid because they garner huge ratings. At failing, let's just say it, failing ratings.
Huge. 3 million.
Well, big
huge.
Loyalty and all of that.
Compared to the competition.
Compared to.
But it's not huge.
NBC, CBS, ABC, CNN. All of their ratings,
but all those nightly
respect is falling.
All those nightly news shows still far outrate the Fox News. Like the top 5 is always 60 Minutes, NBC Nightly News. You know what I mean? Like those are the shows that are highly rated as far as TV
and those
goes.
air at what, 6 or 6:30?
6:30, and then 60 Minutes airs at 7 on Sundays. So
yeah,
I think Fox probably, Greg, to the point has a coveted demographic as people who are loyal and who will be customers of what they're advertising for.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
So I think probably that's the niche or niche.
And also keep in mind, and I understand who owns them, but Fox News does not have a 75% revenue stream from Big Pharma. You're never going to see Pfizer advertising on Fox News, ever.
One more from Tapper discussing the Robert Hur thing. And if I remember correctly, when the Robert Hur transcript came out, I believe they all poo-pooed it. But now Tapper says that Robert Hur was intellectually honest.
The jumbling of words.
He was on, again, Alex Thompson was there, or Thomas, whatever his name is, was there too. And he got no words in. Cut 21, go.
Justice Department officials who first saw the Hur report before it was released read it and thought, oh my God, Joe Biden broke the law. because her had three basic conclusions. Joe Biden, without question, mishandled classified information, but he couldn't get a conviction because he would appear so sympathetic and old, a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory, to a jury, and therefore he wasn't going to bring charges. That enraged both sides, but our reporting is that this was really an intellectually honest argument. He came to the conclusion Biden did mishandle this, but Biden seemed so addled in that in those 5 hours of interviews that they did.
Yeah, and now that the book is out and everyone can read through and see, what happened, and especially the day by day after the.
Honest question: has Alex Thompson actually spoken once on any of these car wash interview circuits?
He has, but
I'd like to hear what he has to say.
But
on
it's
it.
Jake Tapper that makes all the news because he's the figurehead.
Intellectually honest. What exactly does that mean? Does that just further prove that he was eroding before our very eyes? I mean, I don't think anybody is sitting here saying that Joe Biden was intentionally lying. I think people say, no, Joe Biden just flat out doesn't even know today is Thursday. Yeah. And we've seen Joe where he couldn't get through one answer on The View. Now, think about the total duration of time that her interview went for, which, according to Caitlin Collins, there was over 5.5 hours. Can you imagine trying to conduct an interview with somebody that might have dementia? 5 hours must have felt like 5 weeks.
Yeah.
Wow.
Chris Van Hollen was on MSNBC last night, still writing those love letters to Abrego Garcia. Find a man or a woman who loves you as much as Chris Van Hollen loves Abrego Garcia.
My wife thought she was marrying Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and I was Chris Van Hollen, and then she was sadly mistaken.
Roll this.
We'll have to see, but this could be the case. The way that this is so important, not only because of the man Abrego Garcia, but because it implicates all of our Fifth Amendment rights, and it could be the first one where we find out whether they will openly defy the Supreme Court of the United States.
There you
go. Let me just say, I don't understand why that. You know what the weird part is? He apparently, obviously, because you saw the clip there, is still doing mainstream media interviews. I haven't even seen a headline written about this story in 10 days now.
Yeah.
You think they're lovers? Is this the next weird love triangle that Dawn's going to have in the news that went tragically wrong?
I mean, there were margaritas involved. And,
you never know
what happens when margaritas are involved.
You get a little tequila. I'm not going to lie. I get a little loosey-goosey.
That's it. Kilmar is going to say, yo, I'm going to go back to prison. I want none of this guy.
Yep.
This is creepy.
I'd rather be shanked in the joint than with Van Hollen on tequila.
Dawn, can you talk to us about Piazza?
Of course, sir, because we're all reporting from the Piazza Auto Group studios and the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios. So you've heard me talk about the extensive crossover and SUV lineup available right now at Piazza Mazda. So they are offering, this is amazing, 1.9% financing on the capable CX-50, the three-row CX-90, as well as the CX-70. That's the plug-in hybrid. The sleek Mazda CX-5 and the sporty CX-30, they're available right now at 2.9%, all for 36 months. Just shop with confidence. Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading, as current inventory is unaffected, of course, by new tariffs. Visit them, Piazza, Piazza, PiazzaMazda.com today. PiazzaMazda.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
8:43, Kayal and Company as we continue. It's a Thursday morning with Greg Stocker's Cut Sheet. A lot of people weighing in on X with all of the different conversations that we've been having this morning. Wanted to read a couple of these. Max Thrax on X says, after the dementia realization tour is over, the next logical question is, who was running the country? I think we know that. Barack Obama. Kevin Poles says, Nick, you're 10,001% wrong.
Uh-oh.
AI can replace you.
Yep.
I can have AI model and mimic you. Your opinions, your thoughts, even your personality.
He's right.
Want to test me?
I don't want to test.
Scary.
He's right. I'm telling you, it's not gonna happen, guys. It's not. I kid. It's not gonna happen because we're the human element to what we do is vitally important.
Well, that's what Kurt says. What makes talk radio popular is the personal delivery.
Yep.
We, the audience, know all about the day-to-day aspects of all of you guys, including Greg.
Man, I take a lot of bullets for you guys.
Yes,
don't
you
I?
do. You
Thank
do. You were like the Secret Service. Actually, never mind.
Oh, man, I don't need to do this.
Brian also says, Nick, do an experiment tomorrow while driving. We're talking about the automated cars and the phones and all that stuff. Drive to work and then sit down and try to remember what you did from point A to point B. It's impossible because your brain goes on autopilot. Whether using the phone or not, it's a phenomenon we can't explain.
Yeah. By the way, pull up cut 25 here. There was a deadly shooting of two Israeli embassy staff officials. Dawn reported this at the 6 and 7 o'clock news. This CNN report says that the suspect who screamed "Free Palestine" pretended that he was an eyewitness before confessing. There's an odd twist to this story. Roll the CNN report, please.
Police have identified the suspect as a 30-year-old man from Chicago. At this point,
They believe he acted alone. After the shooting, according to people at the scene, the suspect entered the museum appearing to be a witness. Those inside say he was offered comfort and water, but several minutes later confessed to the crime, saying he did it for Gaza. Here's what one witness has told CNN.
Here was a group of people trying to show humanity and take care of somebody that clearly looked in a state of distress. And unfortunately, about 5 to 6 minutes later, when more cops started to show up, he immediately walked up to the cops. He turned himself in. He said, "I did this for Palestine." He started yelling, "Free, free Palestine, Intifada revolution. There's only one solution."
According to the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., the two staffers that were killed were a young couple about to be engaged. He said they were attending an event at the museum before they were tragically gunned down.
People.
Let
Hideous. Ugh.
Just for clarification, so this is a Jewish museum in D.C., and the two victims are Israeli embassy staffers. Do they not have any sort of security detail?
No.
Okay.
Embassy staffers?
I'm just wondering, when you're here, now I'm assuming they came here from Israel, or they are permanently located here, or they're working here?
No, I think that one's a research assistant. They're like in their 20s.
Okay.
They're a cute couple.
Okay.
And they were attending an event. They were attending event. I think they were just leaving or just entering the Capitol Jewish Museum.
Phil,
so there was like a big event for all these different individuals.
Phil, put the screen grab you have up there right now. Just put it up there because you can see the
police have identified.
Oh, I guess you couldn't. Never mind.
There we
Yeah,
go.
that.
Yep.
That.
There's the those are the
they're
two victims.
they're a young couple in this hideous. Yeah, 18. Pull out 18. Here's the alleged. I guess I have to say alleged scumbag who chanted this after he was captured. Roll this.
Outside! No.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Oh God! I would end him.
That whole setting looks like he's just being, escorted away for shoplifting.
That's gross.
When we heard the in the first clip, Intifada resolution, it's the only solution. Now, for all of you dopes out there that want to support that, that's the Intifada. That's what that is. That's killing you, whether you're Jewish or American, whether you're Jewish or Catholic, no matter what your race or religion might be. If you believe in Western values, they want you dead. So keep marching like an idiot.
Oh my God! They were just leaving this museum where the event was being held. So once again, it's an event that this guy apparently allegedly had looked up and was outside, kind of pacing back and forth, and was just waiting for somebody to leave. So this beautiful young couple, they were out on a date night, attended this event, about to get engaged, and they're gunned down in cold blood.
It's just, for all of these college kids, and I said, I think it's probably not the entire campus population-wise, but for all of you uneducated people out there, they view you as infidels. You're all about your equity, right? They view you as less than dirt. They are fighting a holy war. If you are not of the Muslim faith, they want you dead. Do you realize that? So when you protest, please, when Greg said earlier, why don't you just go to Gaza? Seriously, just get a flight. I don't care. Fly to Hamburg, get a connecting flight, get on a boat, do whatever you have to do, and just please go.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have a big problem in this country. Anti-Semitism is a huge problem in this country, and we really need to do something to address it.
But the 59 farmers from South Africa. Oh, no.
Yeah. Where's the wall-to-wall reporting on that from CNN, and you know what I mean? These scumbags.
Has ABC decided whether or not that's an unfounded report or not? Because I didn't actually see the video of those two Jewish people being killed.
It's true.
Have they verified it?
Yeah.
So as far as the suspect, you'll notice was that a CNN anchor says a 30-year-old suspect we've known his name, so I maybe later she said his name, but it's Elias Rodriguez, Chicago. They're saying he was a socialist.
Shocking.
From Chicago, so we're just starting to learn more about this alleged, I have to say alleged, but
of course.
And then reportedly police say, as you said, Greg, that the guy confessed.
Another progressive socialist, anti-American, hate-filled mental case.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Remember, coming up at 9:10, we have another installment of Fight Club. And this time, it goes along the theme. Today's theme for the cut sheet is college and high school graduations, commencement speeches. It goes along those lines.
Can we play the graduation song coming back to kick off the 9 o'clock hour?
No. Sorry, Nick.
Today!
Pam Bondi addressed this yesterday. This was like midnight. I think that, she gave this press conference. Phil, do you have this? I don't know what number it was.
I think we played it earlier, right?
Yeah,
she had the coat on.
Yeah.
Looks like she just rolled out of bed and threw on the overcoat.
Yeah, roll this.
Mayor, thank you. Chief, thank you.
Thank you.
Ambassador, our hearts go out to you and your staff. I spoke to the President of the United States multiple times tonight on behalf of the President. His prayers are with all of us, all of the Jewish community, everyone in Washington, D.C., state, local, and federal agencies, and our great U.S. Attorney, Jeanine Pirro, who will be prosecuting this case. We'll be doing everything in our power to keep all citizens safe, especially tonight our Jewish community. Our prayers go out. We have the FBI. All of our federal agencies will work hand in hand with you, Chief, as we have done, and you, Mayor, to do everything we can to keep our citizens safe. We will follow the facts. We will follow the law. And this defendant, if charged, will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
I'll tell you what, Judge Janine's going to bust that guy up in court. Oh, boy, is she going to get a pound of flesh. That needs to be televised. I will pay personally to watch that and live stream that.
Yeah. So, all right, let's have some fun with TikTok since there's been a lot of
I'm all genocided and murdered out. enough of the violence for today.
This is cut 6 here. This woman breaks down in tears after ending a friendship with her best friend of 14 years because they supported Trump. So this woman is on TikTok crying because she had to call up her friend and ask who she voted for. When she didn't give the answer that she liked, she had to end the friendship.
We're done. It's over.
These lunatics.
14. You threw it all away you threw 14 away for 47?
Roll this.
I just texted my best friend. My best friend of 14 years. Literally half of my life. I'm 28.
Can you imagine just
No.
Can you just these there's so much mental illness that is happening. So much mental illness. Right. Everybody's so anxious. Everybody's so caught up in their feelings that they have to cry on TikTok.
Yeah.
And oh God.
F your feelings.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I asked them who they voted for. They said Donald Trump. And they said, I'm assuming you voted the opposite. And they said yes.
That's stupid.
And then my friend texted me and said, will you still be my friend?
Oh God.
No.
Dead to me.
Broke my heart. Crushed.
Look at her. She's a mess.
Yep.
Mom. More pills.
Half of my life.
Gone.
This person is my best friend.
What a lunatic.
We went to the Sweet 16 together. College together. We lost our virginity in the same Chevy Bel Air.
Oh my God.
Oh, I'm broken.
Will you still be my friend? Nope. Sorry.
You know what? That Trump voting friend is better off today.
Agreed.
Oh. Society will be better off if she's in a straitjacket.
Can I ask you guys an honest question? Do you like maybe because of what you guys do for a living it's different, but like do you know how every single one of your friend votes?
No.
Or do you care?
No.
Like
No.
it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. We're too caught up in
I mean,
this.
I have friends that like Trump that don't vote. I mean, I've got everything. I've got friends, family that are left, friends, family that are right, friends, family that vote one way or vote the other way, or like this person but don't necessarily vote. Like my best friend Barry, he loves Trump, but he's never voted in his life. So I've got the full spectrum.
But this is the way of, I think if you're independent or you're conservative, then you believe that people, you hope that they investigate, do their own research, and vote for somebody who they believe in. And so I think on our side, we're more tolerant. What you've just shown, Greg, and I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm talking about this far left, cuckoo progressive thing that you've just seen of deranged individuals that they don't want freedom of thought. They don't want freedom of speech. They don't want your freedom to just do your own reading and vote for who you believe in. They don't want that.
Yep.
And that's I think the tough part of this.
You know who I want to vote for? Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding.
Chapman, yes.
Yeah.
My friends at Chapman. Well, you've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman, right now, this is the offer. 15% off James Hardy fiber cement siding, as well as Certainteed vinyl siding, both beautiful choices. Siding, not just for curb appeal, obviously, it also serves as that protective barrier during all the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you want the fiber cement siding or the vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. They have more than 30 years of experience in our region, started out in Chester County, and they're going to complete every project with such care and such precision. Chapman always goes the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options. I can tell you that. There is a Chapman difference. I've experienced it. I hope you choose to experience the Chapman difference for yourself. You can call, you can text. They're listing right now, like-minded, 610-431-8898. You can always take a virtual tour online. I recommend that, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. And look at all those beautiful before and after photos, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. You know, the Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year. With an impressive 50 city, 47 highway MPG rating, the sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and excitement of hybrid performance. Just visit them, Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, or you can always browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800 1-800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
My dad Len always says, the minute you get in a rideshare, buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a rideshare accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope we'll never meet you because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
9:02, Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour here on a Thursday morning. It's good to have all of you in. Hopefully you're safe and dry out there. Looks like it's not raining right now.
No,
but
it's raining.
Is it raining?
Yeah.
What a bad vantage point I have.
Bad vantage point.
Bad vantage point. Sean Farish will be in with us tomorrow for a Farish Friday. He'll be with us for all 4 hours. Stalker was due for his typical 5-week vacation. He'll be back around Labor Day, and then we'll continue.
Yeah, don't expect to hear me too much in the summer. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. I'm just warning you. Stalkerless summer. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. By the way, the Never Ending Cut Sheet sponsored by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now, Staples you can save up to $250 off of your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends June 14th. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. Thank you, Staples, for sponsoring the ever-important, never-ending What's on the Cut Sheet.
We just 2 more tweets that we've received. Yep. Sharon K. says, "Hey, Nick, my mother has practically disowned me because I voted for Trump and I'm 60 years old." Poor Sharon. Jeez. Her mom disowned her. And then Tasha. And this is for all of us out there. I'm going to defend everybody that does, well, almost everybody that does this for a living. I'm sure there are some people that truly mail it in. Tasha Neal says, as far as our workplace conversation with people checking out, she goes, "Boy, bold statement, Nick, for someone that works 4 hours a day." let me explain something to Tasha and everybody out there that maybe doesn't understand the way this works. If you think that we just roll in at 6 o'clock, check out at 10 o'clock, and never put another thought into the next thing we're going to say before the next day we start at 6 o'clock, Tasha, you're sadly mistaken. 4 hours is what you see. That's like saying Jalen Hurts works 60 minutes a week. You don't see the practice throughout the week. 2 hours in the afternoon, another 2 hours in the evening, another hour here before the show. 2, 2, 1 is 5, plus 4 is 9, plus also never-ending seeing what's going on social media, watching cable news, sending yourself an email of a thought for the show that you had. I would probably say I spend about 10 mental hours a day preparing to entertain you for 4.
Yeah, you know what? Who is it? Sarah? Who is it?
Tasha.
Tasha.
Always has a snippy comment.
Well, Tasha, I would say this. Think about it like this. What she's saying, it's kind of like if we're serving you breakfast or dinner, then obviously it took a long time to prepare the meal.
Yeah.
I mean,
right? All the courses.
I don't know about you two, but I
rolling
prepare,
out.
I prepare for nothing, so I
Stop.
just come in here and wing it every day.
Greg prepares more than anybody.
By the way, yeah, more than most producers here.
Wow.
By the way, Edward.
Wait, you're going out in a blaze. Is this it? Are you done? Is this your last day, like permanently?
It might be.
Wow.
Edward is very happy that it's going to be a stalkerless summer. Good, Edward. Thank you.
It's not going to be a stalkerless summer.
My fans out there.
Stop.
I don't understand these people who have to snippy comments on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like if you don't like something, just don't listen to it.
Well, why do you think I read
Stupid.
Tasha's tweet? I love the hate. You know.
Oh, so do I.
It's better than Nick. That was a great big take. You're the best, man. I don't want to hear that. Actually, I do, but.
All right, so let's continue on. By the way, coming up in 4 minutes, another edition of Fight Club, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group.
Because fights equal ratings.
Thank you very much. Tri-County Auto Group realized that and got in while it was hot, because fights equal ratings. Thank you, Nick Kayal. But let's continue a little bit with mocking people on TikTok.
And by the way, too, the Fight Club concept that is now sponsored, that just materialized, off clock when somebody on this show, on this staff, randomly had an idea because he was thinking about the show, and next thing you know, cha-ching, you guys love something, everybody's happy. Not my idea, by the way. Somebody else on this show came up with it. So for all the, you don't put it to work.
Okay. By the way, Ed Durr, our friend, Trucker Ed.
Love it.
He says, hey, Nick, you don't need to defend it. Be proud. You have the job you have. Ignore the haters.
Exactly right.
Well, we like to read the haters because I think, to Nick's point, the haters are funnier.
Yeah.
Well, the haters actually love us.
Lancelot Link, who, of course, these stupid people who have these dumb names that can't give their own names. Like, my name is Greg Stocker. That's my real name. Nick Kayal, that's his real name. Dawn, not so much. But this is Greg. Like the snippy comments you make and tell your audience to stop listening. Yes, Lancelot, stop listening, dummy. Turn it off.
Yeah, my real name.
Or wants you. Yes, nobody needs
my YouTube.
Nobody needs you or wants you. Get off my YouTube.
Greg revealed my name earlier. What was it? Donnie Downer 69.
Yeah,
that's
her screen name.
That's your AOL screen name. So 2001.
Yeah, if you're in the chat room tonight around 1:22 a.m. and you see Donnie Downer 69, that's
there it
Stensland.
is.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine just sitting by a keyboard and listening to something or watching something and just this show sucks. This just get a life, homie. All right. All right, let's do this. This dude thinks he's a woman after a few days on estrogen hormones because he cried during an emotional movie. So, Dawn, all it takes to be a woman, apparently, according to this dude, is to cry during an emotional movie.
We're gonna have a confessional of crying in movies coming up in a moment. Was that Greg?
No, that was.
We gotta compare that guy's noise versus Greg.
No, please. All right, roll this.
I got it. Look, I got it. Yes.
Estrogen.
Those hormones are really starting to work. I just watched some clips of a really emotional movie and I teared up.
Castaway.
Normally I don't, but now I'm starting to.
Oh,
there it is. He's a woman. He's a woman, Don, because he cried. He teared up during emotional scenes.
Based on how chubby his cheeks are, I'm guessing he already had breasts to begin with, so the estrogen doesn't have to work too hard.
Gosh.
I will say this. All right, confession time.
Yep.
Have we ever cried to any movie?
No, of course.
I'll give my 2.
Oh, boy.
Rudy. And Castaway.
Castaway?
I know Tom Hanks hates Trump. I know.
You're a dope.
That scene at the end with Meg, not Meg Brock. First Meg that comes to mind is Brock, but I'm picturing the blonde.
Meg Ryan?
Meg Ryan.
Meg Brock in Bucks County is like, what?
She's not in Castaway, is she?
Yeah, Meg Ryan is his wife in Castaway, who ultimately remarries and gave up hope that he was ever going to be found and came home.
Wait, it is a blonde actress.
I think it's Meg Ryan, isn't it?
Wait, it's somebody else.
Is it not Meg Ryan?
Hang on.
It's somebody
Am I
else.
having a Biden moment here?
Oh, God.
Oh, man. Robert Herr's going to interview me for 5.5 hours.
Anyway.
Helen Hunt?
Helen Hunt.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay. just like Meg Ryan.
Yeah, close enough.
Oh, my Lord.
Close enough. Yeah, Helen Hunt. Boy, that is a tearjerker for me. As is Rudy. Rudy was offsides, by the way, in that final play of the game. For all the Notre Dame fans out there.
I love Rudy.
Rudy.
All right.
Rudy.
I cried during Rudy.
Damn. How can you not?
Well, Nick, I guess you're a woman then, since you cried, since you got emotional.
I've been
something.
on estrogen since March.
Not his own, but that which surrounds him.
Surrounded, encapsulated by it. Everywhere I look, estrogen.
And soon, we can't wait for this summer, Nick Kayal surrounded by not only the estrogen of his wife and his daughters, but his mother-in-law.
But you know what the
This is a
finish line
reality
is? To
show.
go from having to suck it up for 1 month, for 1 year in 1,200 square feet surrounded by estrogen, to then get 3,100 square feet and be estrogen-free.
Wow.
Oh. I may never reemerge from the basement. You thought Biden ran a basement campaign? You haven't seen anything. I may never leave my man cave again.
All right, are you guys ready for this?
I'm ready.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to. We know fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club! Everybody get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT Fight Club. Today sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority. You visit tricounty.com. Go there right now, tricounty.com, or call him up, call Brian Krieger up, he's the owner, and say thank you for sponsoring Fight Club because we know fights equal ratings. Brian was smart to get in. Well, the getting was good because fights equal ratings. Let's take you to Los Angeles County, shall we? This is cut 10. A violent riot at Operation Graduation. Los Angeles County held a special graduation for over 100 individuals from juvenile detention, probation camps, and alternative education programs.
I've worked with these kids.
What could possibly go wrong?
Oh, I know.
Oh, this is amazing. This is the Fox 11 news report. Today's Fight Club. Roll it. Look at this.
A wild brawl breaks out inside Disney Concert Hall Thursday evening during a
Look at this.
graduation
Oh, off the top
ceremony.
rope.
Girls
were fighting, guys were fighting. I was really scared.
Rihanna Valdez had just walked the stage when suddenly kids from an alternative education school and probation started fighting.
And it was really scary. They were all jumping. They got on top of each other and they fell off of the stage.
Dopes and criminals.
Violence escalated quickly with someone outside the concert hall pulling out a gun.
Of course.
We were coming out of the ceremonies and there was a car right on the other side of the cars that were parked, and we just saw shooting, and then saw the smoke and everything, and everybody just got down on the ground.
This man threw his mom on the floor and just covered her with his body. Mom, get down there shooting.
You can see that there was someone bleeding, like he looked like he just got done fighting, and I can see the car pulling up that they were about to do something for sure, and sure enough, you could see the gun smoke, gun shells fall, hit the floor, and then they kind of like just peeled off.
2 people were taken into custody in the parking lot.
Wow.
Now, were there competing schools there, multiple, like a normal school as well as a juvenile detention graduation?
It says, well, it's interesting you say that because it says Los Angeles County, so the county, held a special graduation for over 100 individuals from juvenile detention, probation camps, and alternative education programs.
Okay. Now,
who thought that was a good idea?
Did they cross populate with a normal school?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess somebody got disrespected and had to
What are they mad about?
pop off a few strays in their thigh.
I mean,
you know.
the dude off the top rope.
Yeah.
That may be my favorite clip of the week.
These kids are all lost causes, man. They're going to be in the system the rest of their life.
Yep.
I've seen it. You can just tell when these kids come in at 14 or 16 or 12, whatever the age, you can spot which ones will have a chance at salvaging their life and the ones that are already a lost cause.
Yep.
Based on demeanor, attitude, the way they talk to you, whether or not they have any remorse or sorrow. And I've worked with both of them. I was only in the juvenile detention prison for about 5 or 6 months. And you could tell there were some kids in there that screwed up. They were scared to death. You could tell that they're going to learn their lesson, and that's not who they are. They had a bad moment. And then you could tell the ones that just like, okay, this is they're going to get their food, and they're going to go to the classroom, and there was still teaching and school that goes on in these places, and they're just going to keep riding it out.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Remember, are you guys going to vote on the best one tomorrow?
I sure hope so.
All right. Well, make sure Phil or whoever's here does the has a recap of them for all of you.
Okay.
I'm voting today. I don't know what tomorrow's is going to be, but I think my favorite so far is the one we played yesterday.
Walmart?
Yeah, the Walmart one was definitely my favorite.
Well, yeah.
So it was chicks
with
butt
cheeks.
cheeks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That one.
Bush's baked beans.
Yep.
Cans flying.
Fight Club, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. TriCounty.com. Make sure you go there now.
We had the graduation Thursday. I'm writing this down. Wednesday was Walmart. Monday was Antonio Brown. What was Tuesday's?
Tuesday was the cafeteria fight where where the bully got bullied herself.
We'll call that Taco Tuesday. Okay, we got Walmart Wednesday.
Yep.
We're gonna have to start new. Maybe we should sell individual sponsorships for the days.
Well, there
you think
you go.
Walmart would actually sponsor Walmart Wednesday on the Fight Club?
Definitely won't. Definitely won't.
What about Waffle House? There was a request on the YouTube chat for a Waffle House fight.
It's a great pull by you.
Yeah.
Where would you rather be at 11:30 p.m. on a Wednesday night? A Walmart or a Waffle House?
I love Waffle House.
I do too, but
love it.
The clientele is very Walmart-ish.
Make sure before you go away for your long weekend or whatever you're going to do, make sure you get on over to YouTube tomorrow because they'll have a vote up tomorrow on YouTube where you can vote for the best fight of the week.
What other establishments without destroying anybody that might actually advertise here? So Walmart, Waffle House. What's another real low?
They're not low.
They're awful. Wretched humans. Trust me, I love Waffle. I lived in the South. The whole bit, I've been in there with Trump supporters. I've been in there with lowlifes. I've been in there with truckers. I've been in there with everybody. Trust me, I love a good greasy breakfast. But Waffle House, I wouldn't probably want to go scoop up a foursome for golf from Waffle House, if you know what I mean.
Let me play another one here. This is a 24-year-old Venezuelan man who pretended to be a 16-year-old Ohioan high school student for a year and a half.
Yes, I saw this.
A year and a half.
Posing as somebody 8 years younger than he really is.
When he enrolled, he forged documents including the Ohio driver's license, social security number, and DHS TPS documents. He was even playing on the high school JV soccer and swim team.
No, at least he was playing in the right gender.
You see this video, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT if you want to see this video. You see this video. Is he fooling anybody? I don't know.
Let's see.
Roll it.
Listen to this. He went about his life as a teenage student at a high school in Ohio, but police there say that is all fiction.
Yeah, I guess
and
he
that
looks
in
young.
reality, he's actually a 24-year-old Venezuelan migrant. Bill Malugin is following this wild story for us. Bill, what happened here?
Yeah, Aisha, really bizarre story out of the state of Ohio. That's where police have arrested a 24-year-old Venezuelan man who they say was pretending to be a 16-year-old unaccompanied minor. Also, he could attend a local high school, which he was doing successfully for almost a year and a half. Take a look.
Yeah.
Police in Perrysburg, Ohio, arresting
I guess he does
Anthony
look young.
Emmanuel
Yeah, we pause that.
Labrador.
Let's leave that right there. That's a very 1999 frosted tip in sync look.
Just gonna say he does look like he's out of the late 90s, early 2000s.
Is he part of the MS-13 boy band? All right, let's
I don't
continue.
know. He doesn't. Does he
No?
look I think he looks 20-ish.
I've seen 12-year-olds who are starting to grow beards.
I mean, I it's funny. The older I get, the more everybody looks like a kid to me. But he kind of does look like a kid. No?
Yeah, I mean, I could.
Obviously, somebody got suspicious, right?
You think? Yeah. A year and a half, by the way.
It's crazy.
How does that happen?
Stupid people. Roll it.
Now charged with felony forgery. DHS tells Fox he's a visa overstay who first came to the U.S. in 2019 and was a recipient of temporary protective status, a.k.a. TPS. He was arrested during a traffic stop in which he was the passenger of a car, and he's now facing charges for enrolling in the school fraudulently. According to the local school district, he was living with 2 adult legal guardians who contacted them after they discovered he was a 24-year-old man, not a teenager, reportedly after the mother of his child turned him in and revealed his true identity to them. The school district says when he enrolled, he had forged documents, including an Ohio driver's license, a social security number, and DHS TPS documents. He was even playing on the high school's JV soccer and swim teams. In a statement, the school district said the suspect's deception was complex and that multiple agencies were misled by his falsified records. Now, ICE does confirm to Fox News they have placed a detainer request on Labrador Sierra with local law enforcement. He's being held on $50,000 bond. His next court appearance is set for May 29th.
Maryland's Chris Van Hollen is on the first flight to Perrysburg, Ohio, to argue he's just here to get an education. He's a family man and he needs his diploma. He's trying to support his wife and daughter. Oh, my.
But for the taxpayers, somebody like this, you think about, I mean, in Abington, they just had a vote this week for a new middle school. So think about just from a taxpayer standpoint, how many of these individuals like this are at a school where that cost is what, $26,000 a year on the taxpayers. Mm-hmm. So there's a actual tangible cost to illegals like this.
And media and Democrats, did you see where he was arrested, detained, and removed from society? They didn't go into the school to get him, did they? No. They're going to scare the kids.
No, they're not going to do that.
What if the kids were 24?
Yeah, right?
24. Pretending to be in 10th grade.
Yeah.
Well, that's just it. I mean, they're even on the college campuses. Earlier, you had mentioned the woman who was detained. A lot of these individuals are 30 on the college. They're not like a college kid who's like 19 to 21.
One more for the cut sheet here. This is here to trigger Dawn again. This woman says that transgender males with Adam's apples and beards are her sisters. Roll this.
If you're a woman with an Adam's apple, you're my sister. If you're a woman with a 5 o'clock shadow or a full beard, you're my sister. If you're a woman with a deep voice, you're my sister.
Hey, baby.
If nobody knows yet, you're my sister. If you are still trying to mask as one thing for your own safety, you are my sister. Womanhood is a magical and incredible experience.
Right, Dawn?
And it isn't this. Like, this has shaped my experience as a woman, but it is not womanhood. It's not what being a woman is.
What a dummy she is.
I don't need for you to be this or to look a certain way or sound a certain way to acknowledge the woman in you. And anyone who does, including other women who are trans like you, fuck them. Because nobody chooses to fully participate in womanhood unless it is in them. So I know that if that is the choice you've made, not to be a woman, but to live authentically in that, that's pretty fucking badass.
That was my fault. Okay. That was my fault.
I have a full mustache and beard.
But by the way, if you watch her on YouTube, you can hear it all uncensored.
Bearded Sister?
Yeah.
My high school cover band?
If you have a hammer bigger than my husband's, you are my sister.
Stop the hammering.
Crazy chicks.
Oh, my Lord.
We're not a woman. There are some bearded women, but not the kind she's talking about.
Yeah. Some biological females occasionally do grow a mustache.
Yes.
Okay.
Or a beard.
Yeah. That's I only monitored 30 seconds of that, so I have to remind myself.
Yes.
I need to check my work.
Yeah, well,
Can we check our work, please, before we put it on the air and save it?
Well, it's a good thing I have the dump button. Okay, so
yeah, well, you look. You have some brain fog. You're going to be on vacation coming up. The study shows it, right?
Yep.
75% of people 3 days out before their vacation start to mentally check out. Yeah, everything I give you folks is verified.
Yep.
And then sometimes all of us on the show, we confirm it.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT to see the uncensored. In case you're listening on 1210 and didn't hear that, I think the Odyssey app. I don't know if the Odyssey app catches that or not.
You know, I've heard mixed arguments.
Me too.
Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't.
I know 1210 doesn't because I can see it here when the dump is hit.
Right. And you hit the dump.
I always hit the dump.
Right.
Hit the dump, unlike the Delco jumper.
This is what happens.
Right.
This is what happens when
Some
you don't
dump
check your
hoods,
work. Yeah.
so others dump curse words.
All right, that's what I got for
All
the
right.
never-ending cut sheet. Rich asked how long they lasted. Well, today lasted until 9:25, and we started right at 7:45.
Yeah.
Greg Stocker's cut sheet has stamina.
Thank you.
By the way, who's this new chick on Fox? Aisha Hasni.
She has worked her way up the ladder, so she started as a reporter. She actually started a couple of years ago as a news reporter, and now they have her anchoring. She does a good job.
Yeah, she does. Yes, she does. Kayal and Company. All right, I'm going to settle down now. Dawn's Big Three. It's coming up next.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2000.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hey, honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm going to call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Mustard. That's right, baby. Kayal and Company.
By the way, Metallica are going to be at the Link, I believe the Link, right? Friday night, tomorrow night, and Sunday. 2 shows.
Will Phil Almquist attend one of them?
No, because he's going to be at the Daytona 500, or I don't know.
Oh, that's right. He's driving out the Indy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That whatever.
Indy
it is.
500.
Indy 500. Whatever.
Yeah.
I don't follow.
No, neither do I.
I don't follow rednecks going around in a circle.
Wow.
I'm kidding. I kid.
Wow, he's burning it down today, folks.
Yeah, I bring it.
He is burning it down today.
Yeah, so Metallica, I think, with Suicidal Tendencies, Pantera. Good show.
Yeah.
Good show. Coming up tomorrow night and then Sunday night here in Philly.
All right. 9:31. Let's get caught up in the world of news. Maybe some other stories out there that are pertinent. Time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9:31.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by D&K Appliances. We're learning more about the victims as well as the accused gunmen. This is in the D.C. shooter situation. As far as the young couple who was gunned down in cold blood in Washington, D.C. last night, tragic details as we learn their identities. Sarah Milgram, Yaron Lashinsky. He had Yaron, according to friends, family, and coworkers. He had bought the ring. He had told everybody, asked her father, the hand in marriage, and was going to pop the question next week as this young in love couple. He was going, they were expected to get engaged next week. He was a research assistant. And as far as Sarah Milgram, she organized visits and missions to Israel, the Israeli ambassador to the United States, speaking out about this. President Trump, these horrible D.C. killings, he says, based obviously on anti-Semitism, must end now. Hatred and radicalism have no place in the USA. And then extending condolences, obviously, to the families of the victims. God bless you all. Mm-hmm. And so reaction here locally in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, South Jersey, and beyond across the country, as even though they feel that this was an isolated incident with this 30-year-old gunman, still there are often, unfortunately, copycat killings. We know that. Mm-hmm. And so that's the fear. So beefed up security here in Philadelphia and across the region, not only at, for example, the Weitzman Jewish Museum, but as well synagogues, schools, that sort of thing.
I mean, this is, I believe, the natural progression of idiots saying stupid things. The dopes running these colleges, these politicians, some of these people out there that want to label people Hitler and Nazis and all of this stuff. And then you have the select few out there that are sick and they act upon it. It's just awful. It's 2025. We have people being killed because of their religion.
And that's the case as this morning. There's a lot of information really exploding as they're learning more about the accused gunman, 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez, who Greg played it earlier, yelled "Free Palestine" after he was arrested right near the Jewish Museum last night. And so he's being identified as somebody, BLM, activist, socialist.
Shocking.
Journalist Ken Klippenstein is all over social media, and he was an Intercept guy, but he's sharing this 980-word, quote-unquote, manifesto that he's alleging belonged to the gunman. So that's all over social media.
Yeah, and it looks like, according to the New York Post, that this guy was known as a, let me see if I've got the terminology right. He was an active member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Which is denouncing that.
And
They're denying that this morning, just a heads up.
And People's Congress of Resistance, and according to the report, a serial agitator. So,
holds a degree, a BA in English from the University of Illinois at Chicago.
I wonder if he's going to get his BA in criminal justice while he's behind the bars.
It's
Coward.
just, so there are pictures of him all over social media and people talking about this, but in part, he talked about in this manifesto, public opinion shifting against the genocidal apartheid state and the American government. So apparently he was a big BLM guy back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Some sites have removed, even when he was quoted in articles in Chicago, they're removing and denouncing. So they're removing him and his words, from their sites that they had hailed previously in some media sites.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So we're seeing this all in real time, breaking news.
Another person that hates America but still lives here.
As well, we have word of the big, beautiful budget bill that has passed. We reported that earlier when it did. Obviously, the House floor erupting in applause. And President Trump as well, just another side note on the economic front. So calls as, what about the so-called IRA? What about that ironically named Inflation Reduction Act? And will they entirely throw that out after that Cato report? Cato Institute is a nonpartisan report, but saying it would cost taxpayers $4.7 trillion by the year 2050. So a lot of questions this morning, but a celebration as now this big, beautiful bill, so-called, heads to the United States Senate. Will they get her done? And then, of course, we're on jury watch. Locally here, huge story with many ramifications as a former Philadelphia policeman surrounded by his former colleagues, family, his attorneys, as we now wait to see what this jury will come back with as far as a verdict against this former police officer who his attorneys say, yes, fired upon a suspect and in tragically resulting in the death of a suspect during a traffic stop. But he's charged by our current district attorney, Larry Krasner, with third-degree murder, faces many years behind bars if they return with that verdict of guilty.
What do you think the odds are we come back here Tuesday and we're talking about some god-awful event from Memorial Day weekend?
Oh, God.
I was just thinking about that.
Why do you think about that? Can't we go off into this holiday weekend with a positive thought?
I try to.
Yeah,
I do.
You don't, though.
Well, there's a lot of sick people out there. Yeah. We've got 4th of July events in White Marsh canceled. We got this nut job in D.C., screaming free Palestine.
By the way, somebody speaking of that White Marsh 4th of July thing, somebody wrote an article about you, Kayal. I don't know if you saw this.
About me?
Yeah, some publication that nobody read. Basically saying that you were spreading false information because you compared it to the protests and like the protests for free Palestine and that group.
I compared.
I don't remember.
No, I don't either.
Yeah.
I don't know what I had for dinner last night. I'm glad they wrote about me.
Yeah.
If anybody has that story, send it to me. I'd like to read it while I'm on the toilet later.
Hang on, I'm sure I can find it. It's some publication that
that doesn't like my opinion.
Six people read.
Oh.
So
well, maybe I'll read it verbatim and I'll increase your readership to 12. How's that?
Nick, honest to God, I don't remember you saying anything.
I'm sure whatever I said was accurate. I just don't remember the context of which I was making the correlation. We have tape. We can go back and get the tape.
Yeah.
Well, and updating you on that, there's a special meeting planned for today, Colonial Elementary School, on the July 4th parade in White Marsh Township, by the way. So they're going to meet tonight at 6:30 to talk about the cancellation, take comments from the community. And so it's in the general meeting room, Colonial, the grade school right there on Flowertown Road.
Yeah.
So they're going to broadcast it live on CITV YouTube channel. And so we can, with Farish Friday tomorrow, we can update you on the results of that.
Break down the tape.
Amen, brother. So we'll have that going on.
Yeah. I've never heard of a 4th of July event getting canceled 2 months in advance over fears, threats of safety concerns. Have you ever heard of something like that?
You just said it yourself. We're headed into Memorial Day weekend. You hope, and we all hope and pray, especially over these weekends with things happening. And I think they're fearing that, but they acknowledge there were no credible threats at all. So the community came out and said, "Wait a minute, we've had this parade forever. We look forward to it. If there are no credible threats, then why can't we still continue it in some form?"
Don't let the cowards win. Don't let the bad guys dictate your life.
Amen, brother. Freedom. You know what a lot of people may do, Nick Kayal?
Drink?
They will go appliance shopping.
Yeah. Oh, yes,
they will.
Because we love our appliances.
Dawn and Kale Appliances.
Woohoo! That's right. D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offering industry-leading brands the best: Bosch, GE, Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. And their staff, these staff members are the best. They're local experts guiding you right through the sales, delivery, installation, and all the service. Just visit them, D&K Appliances in either Newtown Square or Flowertown, or dkappliances.com. Thank you, dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances sponsoring Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, we will get to what occurred today in music history, what our morning mystery movie clip is, another opportunity for you to win, pick your tickets to concerts.
Pick your tickets. By the way, I sent you the article, so
see this.
So you can read it on the other side.
Yeah. Let's read somebody else's writing about what I said, taken out of context. Even though I was probably right.
The headline is WPHT Talk Radio Philadelphia, 12:10 a.m. First of all, get the branding first, stupid. Should be embarrassed by its White March 4th of July parade coverage.
Yes.
We should be embarrassed.
I'm embarrassed of myself every morning.
Who's the genius that wrote this?
Let's see here.
Let me see.
Kevin Tierney.
Okay.
Oh, I know Kevin Tierney. Actually, I never heard of
Kevin.
Kevin Tierney.
I mean, what I just reported to you is pretty. How is any of what we've reported? We honestly have reported the facts according to Plymouth White Marsh. We've correctly quoted what they've said.
I read the story directly from their official Facebook page with quotes from the commissioner. Or
let's get into their gripe next.
All right.
Okay.
Kevin Tierney, hang tight, pal. I'll come back to you.
Kevin,
stay right there.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is, we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Sorry.
All right, Kayal and Company as we continue. All right, we're back. WPHT, Talk Radio 1210 Philadelphia AM, as Kevin Tierney would write in a headline on morethanthecurve.com. I believe Kevin Tierney probably gets paid a penny per click for his articles. And he said that our station should be embarrassed by its White Marsh 4th of July parade coverage. He says, if you listen to talk radio locally, you know it's not very good. That's never more apparent than when they discuss something local to you and you realize the hosts have no idea what they're talking about.
What? I said, I said since my kids were little. I know, but we're all a team here. Like, we talked about this. I said since my kids were little, we go to this every year. And how sad it is. And so I'm glad they're having a meeting tonight. What is he talking
Well,
about?
he says the controversy about the White Marsh Township Board of Supervisors canceling annual 4th of July parade landed on the airwaves of WPHT. To recap, the supervisors canceled the parade based on a security study that was supported by the chief of police. WPHT's Dom Giordano took to the air and discussed decisions being made in Plymouth White Marsh, inquiring whether the parade held on Bethlehem Pike or Stanton Avenue, at one point then turning and comparing the security of the Truist Championship to the parade. On the troubling side, the Kayal and Company show in the morning, hosted by Nick Kayal, tied the cancellation of the parade to anti-Semitic protests that have occurred across the nation since Hamas and October 7th's attack. Then the station ran promos, and they should have been taken down immediately. Okay, so here's the article. I just looked it up, and this is exactly the same statement I read before, in which I read the township stated that holding the event would present an unnecessary risk to the community. The police chief also expressed concerns about the changing world and recent acts of violence against public events. So I'm guessing that's where I might have said, with all this anti-Semitism, would it be a surprise if maybe there was anti-Semitic threats that were being placed in the community by some of these pro-God? Not entirely outlandish to pontificate that in their words, the changing world and recent acts of violence against public events.
You were reading from their statement.
Correct. But then I was, bloviating.
But you gave IE.
Yes,
You were giving
exactly.
some examples.
Which I feel even more justified today, sadly, and it has to come to this, where people are at a museum trying to enjoy their life, and I've got a Gaza nut job walking in and killing 2 people.
That's why I brought it up today.
So, and by the way, here's where it gets interesting. More Than the Curve.com, where Kevin Tierney writes, tweeted us about a week or maybe 2 weeks ago about wanting to provide some details as to what is going on. And Phil, what did you do?
I responded to his tweet. I said, call our station, but no one calls our station to, talk about the hate that they have for our station because they're all losers.
Right. So Kevin,
Thank you, Phil.
You're welcome.
I know you write 275 words once a week for $13.82. But when I talk about a story and I read a statement and then I say, I wonder what's at play here, that's called talk radio and having opinions. And I think I have 2 years worth of evidence in this region to say that it might be fair to possibly assume that maybe those threats came down the pike to White Marsh Township. Maybe they didn't. But it's possible. Go pound sand.
It's like after 9/11, all the events that, the possibility that could happen. So
Yes.
I dealt with that a lot.
But we reported what the police chief, Christopher Ward, said.
Yes.
Yeah, word for word.
Yeah.
You know what? It's the Dom show.
Yeah.
It's not
It's the
us.
Dom.
Yeah.
Dom show.
Yeah. But Kevin must be a hardcore listener because he heard the promos throughout the day.
Oh.
So we win, you lose.
All right, let's do this.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, May 22nd, we celebrate the birthdays of Morrissey from the Smiths and Bernie Taupin. We also lost Kirk Arrington from Metal Church in 2023. Singles include Big Empty by Stone Temple Pilots in 94. Albums include Black Rain by Ozzy in 2007, The Miracle by Queen in 89, and Time Takes Time by Ringo Starr in 92. Also in 71, the Rolling Stones were atop the album chart with Sticky Fingers. In 2016, a guitar that Elvis was given by his dad sold at auction for $334,000. In 76, Wings was atop the singles chart. In 2011, Donald Trump names John Rich of Big and Rich winner of The Celebrity Apprentice Season 11. In 2010, Godsmack was atop the album chart with The Oracle. And in 96, Mission Impossible debuted in theaters. But lastly, on this day in 55, police cancel a Fats Domino show in Bridgeport, Connecticut, fearing his music will lead to a riot. Fats Domino, people. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Lundquist.
Great job, Philip. Now we find out what is on tap for the Dawn Show just 6 minutes out.
Yes, so we'll be updating you. Of course, we're on jury or verdict watch in the trial of, obviously, former officer Mark Dial. We also have Steve Bucci. We'll be talking about the Golden Dome and why we need it. So we'll talk to him in the Tenant. Yeah, the Booch.
The Booch is back?
This is a different Stephen Bucci.
Oh, I thought
because
this
we were
was-
just talking about.
Yeah, I thought that was Steve TV Bucci Media.
Not TV Bucci, but
okay.
So we'll talk about all things Golden Dome. Obviously, we're going to talk about the big, beautiful bill, as it's known. We'll talk about the latest in the DC attacks, what we're learning, a lot of updates, and what about the canine caper, the dog napper in the Northeast? So as we look at that one, these very valuable, beautiful dogs missing, we'll cover that one and bring you up to date. And that'll be a good Ferris Friday event. There's always some heist.
Yeah.
A tuna heist. This one's a canine heist.
My dog's
What's going on?
My dog's available to be heisted if they want to swing by my house. All right, the Dawn Show is up next. Stalker, enjoy your vacation.
Thank you, buddy.
We'll miss
Vacation.
you.
It's a couple days. I'll be back. Don't worry.
Yeah. They'll be up in the Poconos doing this. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go.